Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, today sees the start of Group C in a matter of moments, and of course Group B this evening from 10 p.m. live and exclusive on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, let's have a little recap on what happened yesterday. Well, before myself and Matt Edgar have a little chat about that unbelievable 180 from James Richardson, let's have a look at the table and see how Group A finished up. And it was Lisa Ashton coming out on top. It ended up, Matt, with a straight shootout game between herself and Justin Smith.
It's mad, isn't it? After 43 games of darts, we still couldn't decide how the group was going to be decided. Lisa Ashton and Justin Smith battling out for the top spot, but we also had that third place with Graham Usher and James Richardson battling out for Group B positions. Yeah,
our final two games were seriously exciting. So what that means is Lisa is safely through to Saturday night's final. She's going to enjoy a couple of days off. Well, actually, she's not. She's going to be back in here for an interview a little bit later. So into Group C with Alan Tabern, Dan Reid and James Richardson is Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas and Reece Colley. Into this evening's group of 5, which is Group B. Remember, 3 from 5 go through after tomorrow night's action, is David Pallett, Jared Cole, Nick Kenny, Justin Smith and Graham Usher. Now that, Matt, is a group I am most certainly looking forward to watching.
Exactly the same as this Group A, really. We just can't predict what's going to happen in that one, and I think that's going to come right down to the last games once again. Yeah,
I do. I think leg difference is going to play a huge part in that one because, for me, they're equally matched. What's your opinion on the 3 coming in today? Are they at a disadvantage, coming in a little bit cold, while the other 3, of course, have had 3 days of darts on our beautiful new stage?
New stage is the interesting thing. We saw at the start of this, the players that started this week, little bit ropey in those early games. It depends who you ask on this one. We look at the situation and we go, are these 3 players going to be a little bit fatigued or are they an advantage? If you ask someone like John Park, John Park's going to tell you these players are at a massive advantage because they've been on the stage, they've experienced it, they know the room. Little things as well come into play, just knowing where the toilets are, knowing the layout of the venue. These little things will come into play, and it's just a little bit of an advantage when you know your way around the layout.
Yeah, of course, got nobody on debut, so at least they understand the format and the rules. We've got to, this is perfect for you on Edgar TV. That 180 from James Richardson.
I wish they had a camera on the commentary box when that went in, because me and Henry just looked at each other and the jaw was on the floor. It's like, what just happened there? It looked originally like it went in the treble, came out and went back in. And I was going to say, should have claimed the 240 points. First time I've ever seen someone hit 4 trebles with 3 darts.
What I think happened is it went low, maybe hit a dead spot. The flight sprung into the previous 2 darts, of the flights in the previous 2 darts, and then fired back in the treble. It happened so fast. I thought it was a bounce out. I thought it was 120. When Charlie called a 180, I thought, oh, he's made a mistake. But
you saw Charlie lean in to have a look, and the point was touching the board. And James was showing me this morning that he's using a new setup at the moment. There's a little bit of spring in the back of his dart, so we might see it again.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Well, we've got a great lineup today, and we start with James Richardson. Maybe you can do it again for us. Up against Dan Reid. They make Richardson the 4-6 favourite. Dan Reid 11-10. Don't think we've seen anywhere near the best of Dan Reid yet.
Absolutely not, but I picked up on commentary on this one, and Dan Reid's got a very healthy record head-to-head against James Richardson. Sometimes you get a player that you just like playing against. They've got a good pace about it, and it appears to be that way for Dan Reid with James Richardson.
Well, Owen Binks is our referee for the rest of the week, and joining Matt Edgar in comms will be Phil Bars.
Thank you very much. Welcome along, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. It is a double session of darts here at the MODUS Live Lounge as Group C gets underway. And as the boys were saying up on the balcony, these two have played 3 times already this week. And currently, it is 2-1 to Dan. But James did win yesterday, so maybe the momentum is with him. As they were saying, the 180 yesterday was something of sheer brilliance, madness, all rolled into one. We've watched it back hundreds of times here. Just some things that you don't see very often.
Okay, first leg,
on a
it's
dartboard.
James to throw first.
And
game on.
Here we go. Owen has called them in, and we are underway here in Group C. And James has the darts. Dan will have to find an important break of throw if he's to bag the points in the opener. And as if by magic, bit of Harry Potter, he's here. Matt, welcome along.
That's going to be a run up and down those stairs all day, isn't it? I'm going to get my steps in today. I'm probably going to lose a couple of pounds, which wouldn't be a bad thing.
I was going to say, you're going to blitz your step record today. Henry was sweating yesterday, so you've got the same today.
I think Henry's got slightly a bit more fitness than me in the locker as well.
Just touching on what you said up on the balcony about Dan's overall record being really, really good against James. But James did win yesterday, a 4-1 victory, so maybe he can take a little bit of confidence knowing that he had the last laugh over Dan in Group A.
Definitely, and that was probably Dan's worst performance he's put in against James Richardson. It's not just the wins that Dan Reid gets against James Richardson, it's the way he does it. We seem to see the best of Dan Reid when he plays against James Richardson. Seen a lot of averages sort of in that high 90s, 95 plus, and he's even recorded 111. That is some serious stuff.
Not just that, he has an all-important victory over him, a star-studded one back in the old version when we were still the Live League. Dan won the Phase 2 Week 1 final, and he beat James in that final.
It's those big games you tend to remember. The ones that really matter, the ones that have got big prize money on the line.
We just both looked at each other then, as if to say, it can't, can it?
If those darts was closer together, that would have kicked back up again.
Oh, almost a repetition. But Dan needs to apply some pressure here, because the 84, he should get at least a dart of the ball if he keeps them straight.
That he does do. So it'll be 14s for the ball. For the opening leg, comes low and offers Dan Reid a break opportunity.
Yeah, these break opportunities don't come along too often, so when they do, you have to seize them.
23. James, you require 25.
First couple of days, he's loved that double 10. 25 is an interesting one. You can pick your way. He's gone 17 for double 4. That's a nice lie for James. You knew that was going to go in. It's a holder throw for James Richardson. 21 darts it took, but that does not matter. The important thing is the one dart that went in the double, giving him one leg on the board.
You touched on it there. That guide was absolutely perfect. Just literally just kiss off the flight barrel and you can't miss.
177.
James Richardson tends to have a nice little standing up dart like that one there, and when he gets that in the top of the bed, we see him hit a lot of 180s, already over 20 for the week.
I had a look at James's darts yesterday as well, and it's one of the most aggressive grips I've ever seen in my life. It's like take the skin off your thumb as it leaves.
The aggressive point is really becoming quite popular for some reason in darts. I personally
96.
Not a big fan of it. But then again, I'm not a big fan of grip. James obviously still works on the building site, so I can imagine his hands
45
need roughing up from time to time.
Yeah, going back to what you said about the 25, multiple options. We've seen Gary Anderson over the years and Gerwin Price, the 1 double 12. Most people, the 9 double 8. But James is very much a 17 double 4 man.
Yeah, and Dan Reid will be looking at the 5 on that shot. He's found a good friend on the double 10 this week, so we expect to see him leaving that where possible. Likes the tops and 10s.
This leg here, Matt, after you've missed darts to break, it can be a little bit demoralising, but this is a comfortable game so far on Dan's throw, and after missing those darts, this is exactly what you want, just to build confidence to get a foothold in the opening game.
92.
Well, we saw him go straight in with that maximum. We'll call it a maximum. It wasn't a 180, but the 177 is as good as when you hit those 3 major trebles. And leaving a double after 12. Nothing James can do here.
137.
But set it up, and that he does.
Dan
Leaves
Reid
himself
12.
on tops. But Dan will have 3 darts. At the 3s now.
Game shot on the
Good
second leg.
dart there for Dan Reid.
Reid.
Gets it with the second dart on the double 3. Levels it up. And that is 2 holds of throw so far.
Yeah, and the double 3 can be tricky,
So
but he's
it's
been
James to
aggressive
throw first.
and then gone straight at it. The way that Dan and James's darts both stand up like that, it can be a blocker. Like we've seen Robert Owen over the years, that the
100.
3s is the perfect for the stack.
I think that shot from James helped Dan Reid in that situation because it didn't allow him to be safe.
140.
Made him be aggressive at it. With James on a double, if James didn't hit a big shot there and is a little bit further back, Dan might have been a little bit more defensive on that 3s.
41.
Could have ended up splitting.
There's the aggressive point.
Pinned him to the board, didn't it? That'll be today's video.
That's a great second dart from Dan.
137.
That one that just underneath and blocks the treble. Players have a decision to make, but he's been aggressive. He's found one over the top there, and then the cover shot, immaculate.
Pushing for the break here. A couple of
134.
double treble combinations there. Pushing the average up to 92.
Touching on the records earlier, as a player, were you well aware of players you had good
94.
records against?
Yes and no. It goes down to, let's say, those big wins.
180.
And there's the
Then
first
you're
180 of the
130.
day, and it is no surprise it's gone the way of James Richardson. Big 180 hitter. Expect a lot more of them from him as the day goes
65.
on. And just
James
as
required
Dan Reid was teeing up the
46.
breaker throw, that 180 has given James the opportunity now at 46.
Game shot on
And
the
he
third
takes
leg.
that opportunity.
James
In
Richardson.
14 darts the leg. 2-1 to James Richardson. All 3 holds of throw so far.
That 180 was an
Feels like it's
absolute
Dan to throw
leg saver there from
first.
James Richardson. The throw was under all kinds of pressure in the build-up to that 180, and that shows his experience on the big stage. There was no panic. It was almost just casually just plant them in, just to reinsert. This is my throw, Dan. You're not having it.
Like so when that dart sits in the top of the bed, you just
140.
expect more to go. You'll probably be disappointed there with the 140, the way they were sat nicely in.
140.
And the standard over the last leg and a half is really shining through now. The averages both over the 90 mark. Dan Reid over the 96 mark. 96.11. James
84.
Richardson 90.74. The first couple of legs, James was down in the 70s, but has come alive in the last few legs or so, and they're really warming to the task here in the opener in Group C.
140.
Chris Mason said at the very start on this show, he says, we don't feel that we've seen the best of Dan Reid so far. This is the best of Dan Reid. 3 legs in, and he's on 6 140 plus shots already, including that
57,
177 to
81.
open.
81 after 9 as well. Doesn't need to go 12 for ball here. And
41.
just tease it up. That's the luxury on the 81, where normally if you miss the treble 19, it is you have to go 12 for the ball. But this time he's had the luxury. You can tee up tops and casually come
60.
back for a 13 dart
And he
leg
required
potentially.
40.
He attempted to leave that double 10 that we said. He's found a
Game
friend
shot
on.
the
He won't
fourth
need
leg.
the double 10
Dan
because he's
Reid.
using the tops there. A 13 dart holder throw, that is quality darts. He will need to find something like that, though, against the throw.
Like it's James
The way
to
this
throw
game
first.
is going, he's going to need to be sub 15 to get a break over James at the moment.
And there we have the checkout percentages.
97.
James Richardson 50% on the outer ring, but he's going to have to rely on that if he's to win this one, because Dan is just knocking on the door right now.
100.
He looks like a different player today, doesn't he? There's a lot more steely, focused determination on his face today.
No second chances. You know, if you're in Group
60.
A, if you don't make that top spot, you know you're going to get another go. But now it is last chance saloon over the next 2 mornings for these players. There is no second chance to get to Saturday night's final here at the
59.
Modus Live Lounge.
It's interesting because when you say there about second chances and more opportunity. James Richardson strikes me as a player
85.
that doesn't like having extra lives. He likes one life. And I was looking through the stats and the data this morning. I was actually surprised to see that James Richardson went to Q school this year and didn't even get out of phase 1. Averaged just 84 with a best of 88, and his best run was to the last 128. And with that, I just think he was vocal about playing at Lakeside and how that was an iconic venue for him. And I wonder if just having that little bit of cushion took away the focus for him there.
As a player, just touching on what you said there, obviously Lakeside and Q School have always crossed over. And as a player in that in-between where you don't know what to do, it can be a distraction for either or, can't it?
You require 102.
Exactly, and I think that's what happened for James. And we're in that position this week in Group C where the distraction has now gone.
54.
So we could see the best
You require 130.
of James Richardson today. This would be the best of James Richardson. Bullseye for a 130 finish and a holder throw.
99.
Tees up
And you
the
require
opportunity to break.
48.
And this is the opportunity we were talking about. Dan has carved the chance here, 48. It will be 8 for tops. Surely that's a great guide.
28.
Missed opportunity, and we can see the
Danger
look on his
required,
face there, Matt.
31.
He knows he may have blown that golden opportunity, that one chance he may have on the Richardson
Game's on
throw,
the
and
fifth
there it
leg.
is. It is punished
James
to the
Richardson.
absolute maximum. James Richardson holds throw, leads 3-2, but Dan Reid will be thinking what could have been in leg 5.
So if it gets Dan to throw
That's
first.
2 opportunities he's now had. He missed 2 darts in the opening leg, 2 darts in that leg. The averages suggest
95.
he will get more opportunities, but in this short format, time is not on your side. And he only has one more opportunity to break, provided he can hold his throw.
125.
This is the funny time in the game, though. Dan will be thinking, I should be 3-2 up here, throwing for this match. But also, the flip reverse of that is, knows he now can't make a mistake because will be punished and he will lose the game from here.
Dart players are very, very fickle people. And he won't be thinking I should be
41.
3-2 up. He'll be thinking I should have had this game wrapped up because he will know both of those missed opportunities. And you only ever count the missed opportunities. And that's where you've got to be in danger of falling into that trap.
140.
He seems to be recovering well again here. That's his 7th 140 plus of the match so far.
Yeah, right now,
96.
this match looks as if we are going to go all the way. And on the balance of play, probably deserves a deciding leg.
Definitely. And with this group, with only 2 people going through, leg difference
137.
could become a big factor. So when you get a good close game, you want to make sure you're getting those legs on the board.
85.
Don't want
And
to
you
start
require
losing
70.
4-1, 4-0 early on because you are chasing big. I'm going to leave tops again here for 3 apiece.
Game
And a
on the sixth
15 dart leg.
Dan Reid.
Another rock solid hold of throw from Dan Reid. He will be attacking the throw,
7
but this
from
is his
final leg.
last
James to throw
opportunity.
first. Game
Last
on.
leg. James to throw first.
Here we go, all on the line. It's a 5-0-1 shootout for the first 2 points of the day. Ruthless has the throw,
58.
but comes up dry. Is that a mistake in just the opening throw?
It's a mistake if Dan Reid can make it a mistake.
59.
Which he can't. Despite nearly a 10-point difference in the average, James Richardson is favourite from this point.
45.
Maybe was favourite from this point. Because we said Dan had to punish. He didn't last time, but this time he has stepped in and the door is very firmly ajar.
140.
James's second 140. He is getting absolutely plastered in that column. 8-2. Dan Reid.
126.
He will get an opportunity somewhere.
$60.
I was about to say, this has to be a treble. It's not. Dan Reid has 6 darts at 176 for the match. because James Richardson's treble hitting has deserted
60.
him in this final leg. But the grimace from Dan, he knows that may be not enough.
100. And you record 116.
Going to get a dart at
Going
double 18,
shot on the man.
and there we have it. Dan
Dan
Reid finds a
Reid.
ton-topping finish, 116 to break the James Richardson throw in the deciding leg. It is Dan the Man who takes the opener, and there we have the averages, 94.50 from Dan Reid. Brilliant stuff. It was the 140 column that has done all the damage here in this one. We will be back after this short break for match number 2, where Carl Wilkinson will take on Alan Tabern.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, what an exciting start to Group C. Let's have a quick look at the stats. And there we are, Matt. Dan Reid doing what Dan Reid does against James Richardson.
I touched on it the second I got into commentary, and I was looking through their previous meetings. I said Dan Reid seems to always hit a mid-90 average when he plays James Richardson, other than that game at the end of yesterday. But there he is, 94.5. It couldn't be any more mid-90s than that.
And as you mentioned in comms, 10 points different. But the averages can lie to us from time to time. And if Richardson would have stole that final leg, that would have been a perfect example. But some great power scoring from Dan Reid and a great start to the day. A fresh start for all the players. And up next it is Carl Wilkinson against Alan Tabern. They go 4-5 Wilkinson, 10-11 Tabern. How do you see this one going?
This is going to give us a little indication to the question we asked at the very start. Is there advantage to being here for the last 3 days or coming in cold and coming to this venue? This is that exact situation. We've got one player who steps up there for the first time. We've got a player who's been here for 3 days. So this should give us a bit of an indication to that question. Yeah,
it's funny enough, I did sneak through the players' practice area and they were having that very discussion about, listen, it's a fresh start. And Martin Thomas was saying to Tabs, well, you've had 3 days practice, you're ready to go. We're all going up there a little bit blind. Carl Wilkinson, when we started playing, when it's the predecessor to this Super Series, he produced some really good numbers.
Yeah, and an ex-tour card holder as well. You don't get given one of those. They are hard to earn. So anyone who's got that has certainly earned the stripes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. And as always and for the rest of the week. Owen Binks is our referee. Matt Egger will be joined in the commentary by Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for match number 2 here in Group C. As the boys were saying, it is Carl Wilkinson against Alan Tabern, both former tour card holders. Both will have met many, many times before in and around the county circuit as well. Carl, the current Yorkshire captain, there with his Yorkshire shirt on, very proud man. We saw him on social media over the weekend talking about the opening weekend of the County Darts series. But as the boys were saying, has Tavern got an advantage here, having played already?
Okay, first leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Throw it out on
Game
social
on.
media. Let us know what you think. Is it an advantage to have played already, or is it a fresh slate and they just get on with it? Let us know your thoughts on Twitter
72.
and Facebook. And we are joined by Matt. He's back from the gantry. Welcome back, mate.
Yeah, good to be back. Looking forward to this one, actually. This will be a good game. Just having a bit of a giggle with Carl on the way through there, actually. Just getting a bit of his own medicine back here. He's from Barnsley, and a lot of the PDC stuff actually happens in Barnsley and Wigan.
54.
So he never used to need a hotel. He could just get on his push bike and ride himself to the Barnsley Metrodome. Quite a bit of miles to get down here for this one. So having a taste of the motorway.
Yeah, we were saying, obviously, both former tour card holders, as you were saying, up on the balcony with Chris, but they've also met in the county circuit as well. Both played a lot of county darts over the years as well.
You see on Carl's shirt there, Yorkshire. Very proud Yorkshireman, Yorkshire captain, I believe, at the moment.
34.
Correct.
Very proud of his county and his county darts. We had a little chat about county darts this morning. I'm obviously ex-Warwickshire. Warwickshire this weekend got a win over
60.
Yorkshire.
Carl, you require
Yorkshire
102.
used to the big wins, normally the champions. Big county full of talent.
Mind you, where you're based, when you used to do the county setup, you had almost a choice of which one you could play for, because you're in and around the boundary of a few of them, aren't you?
Location-wise, perfect for me. Everything's nearby. You're never too far from anything.
58. Carl, you require 40.
And for a holder throw in the opener, Carl Wilkinson looking at tops for a 16-dart leg. Dragged that one low,
Game
but recovers superbly. And Carl Wilkinson holds throw in 16 to take the opener against Alan Tabern.
Second leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game
Mason
on.
said up in the presenter's box there that Carl Wilkinson was hitting some big numbers
60.
beforehand. Certainly in that home tour. I ran into one of those myself. And that was actually where these two first ever played a head-to-head match against each other. The PDC home tour. Alan Tabern taking that one 6-2.
Those days seem a long, long time ago now.
40.
Obviously where all of this first originated from. And I put a tweet out this morning, seeing if anyone can remember the original home tour. Do you know who the first game was on the home tour, Phil?
I do. It was your very self against Mr. Bully Boy, Michael
43.
Smith.
In a behind closed doors game.
The test arena, shall we say. Can this work?
The behind closed doors, living room behind closed doors, because it didn't actually air. It was a non-aired game between me and Michael Smith. First ever actual aired game was myself and Ted Everts.
The non-aired games remind me of the times before Dart Connect as well, when you used to hear people going, oh, yeah, I lost 6-1, but I was really unlucky. Is that one of those ones we'll never know the stats, never know the footage?
A good period of time. It's certainly changed the face of darts. We see things like the Super Series evolve from that. We went from 1 camera to 2 cameras to a studio to this amazing stage, and the evolution
59.
changing the face of darts.
84.
And we have a break opportunity here for Wilkinson. Can he double his lead here against Alan Tamman? He's forged the opportunity at double 11, and the 84 goes, and that is a fantastic 15-dart leg from Carl Wilkinson. He is 2-0 up, and Alan Tabern has work to do here to get back into this one, because right now, Matt, there is an absolute cavern in the averages, and this is one-way traffic.
We saw this yesterday from Alan when he dropped into that 70s. You'll see there, 71.40.
134.
A lot better than that, but didn't show it yesterday. He's showing us pretty much the similar form. He was unable to land big blows on that treble 20.
85.
And I said he was jabbing yesterday. These ton shots nowadays, they're not big hits, they are jabs. And the big blows, the haymakers, are your 140s, 180s columns. And he can't do much more than land jabs this week.
We were saying at the beginning of the week, Alan had some time away
80.
from darts due to work commitments and things like that, and there wasn't a lot going on in his darting life. So, again, like a boxer, there's going to be some rust there. Doesn't matter how much you practice, there is
100.
nothing like competitive match play.
Absolutely. And it's the doubles that highlight it, but then when you start missing your doubles,
120.
you start to lose a bit of confidence. Then you start to miss on that 20 bed, and you just lose that bit of fluency.
And right now,
83.
he's staring at 3-0 unless he can find a huge visit here to put some pressure on this Carl Wilkinson throw. But right now, it's looking unlikely. Carl Wilkinson having this one
60.
all his own way in match number 2.
101.
Said in that last game, you don't want to start losing by big differences with only 2 places on the line. But Carl Wilkinson's the opposite way round at the moment, where he'll be thinking
61.
about winning big, getting big leg difference on the board.
Just seeing that one there. How many times have we seen treble 7 be a happy accident?
It's not been a
28.
happy accident
Collie
too often
requires
this week.
40.
It's left a few bogeys, but this is for a holder throw.
Game shot
That
the
was
third leg.
a friend
Carl
or foe.
Wilkinson.
And it turned out to be a friend there for Carl Wilkinson, who takes it out in 2 darts. That's a 17-dart leg for Carl
For Flickers
Wilkinson.
Allen to throw
Who takes a
first. Game on.
3-0 lead.
Right now, Matt, 20 points difference in the averages. That
One
is huge.
180.
Look, comebacks have to start somewhere, and maybe, just maybe, that 180 will fire the Saint into life.
Say about the averages, and that is the
45.
stat that is doing it for you. 3 darts out of 5 converted, giving him a 60% checkout rate on the doubles for Carl Wilkinson. The 140 and 180 column
100.
is not getting filled, but he is being clinical when it comes to the back end and giving Alan no opportunities.
60.
So what does Alan need to do? He needs to make his own, and that's what he's doing here. 180, 100 to kick off the leg with throw.
100.
And this should be a comfortable holder throw here. 1-2-1 after 9 for Alan Tavern. Not much Carl Wilkinson can do in this leg.
121.
And after you've been blown away for the first 3, this is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Game shot
And
the
that
fourth
is a
leg.
magical
Alan
1-2-1 finish. And we see Carl Wilkinson give him a clap and a fist pump. A brilliant 1-2-1 from Alan Tavern. He's now got a foothold in this game, but can he jump all over
Carl
it?
to throw first. Game on.
It's funny because obviously I know Alan Tabern and played him many times and been around him many times. And you can just hear his voice when he does things like that. And he just came back and a fist pump from Carl Wilkinson. You can just hear Alan say, "Don't know where that came from."
40.
He comes from that hard darting school as well, doesn't he? Up round St Helens. It's a tough place to learn your trade.
There's a few darting hotbeds around the UK.
137.
We've mentioned Yorkshire as a county. They're breeding some fine talent over the years. St Helens,
135.
Stoke-on-Trent.
Stoke didn't do bad over the years, did it?
Even just for the one man.
96.
A few world championships gone to Stoke-on-Trent over the years.
121.
Talon keeping pace with Wilkinson in this leg, but Carl does have the darts. So should get
85.
first stab at a double here. Tees up 1-2-5. Can Tabern put this under pressure, Matt? Because the 1-2-5 can be tricky. You have to go for the ball
79.
first,
Collie
and that first dart, if it's a little bit off,
125.
you may not know what you're going to leave.
I think the worst thing to do is hit the ball like that. makes it tricky because that happens. That 1-2-5, you ideally want the 25 so you can try and leave that double. You get that ball, it all gets a little bit messy, and then you've got to try and squeeze a dart through darts to hit the smallest target on the board. The maths do not add up, but it is the right way to go. It's the only way to go, but Alan wants the ball now.
101.
That's his second dart at a double in this game, and he hits the wire,
Collie
giving
requires
Carl Wilkinson
16.
a chance to wrap this up.
3 match darts incoming for Carl Wilkinson. Surely just come off the barrel, and does. Carl Wilkinson defeats Alan Tabern 4-1, and it was one-way traffic. The Yorkshire captain is underway at the MODUS Super Series, taking the points as we can see the stats there. The averages kind of met in the middle. Carl Wilkinson dropped off towards the end, and Alan raised his game, but Wilkinson takes the points 4-1. We will be back on the other side of this break, where we will see Reece Colley for the first time today and Martin Thomas as they do battle next.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Nice look at the lovely stage there that I will be gracing on week 12. I won't be gracing that stage, I'll be probably making a mess of it. Great performance there from Carl Wilkinson. We did worry coming in a little bit cold, but he dispelled that. He hit the stage running, did Big Carl.
Yeah, good performance there, and surprisingly it made it look quite easy. It's interesting when we look at those columns and we look at those stats and those data that actually those 140s and 180s columns are blank. But yet he still managed to make that look quite convincing. I think that's coming down to that checkout rate. 4 from 7. If you're going to be clinical at the end, it's going to save you if you're going to miss at the front end. Yeah,
and when you look at his previous stats and his time at the Super Series or its predecessor, his darts go at quite a funny angle and they're quite big, so he does tend to use the treble 19 cover. It's a lot of 137s, a lot of 139s, so not too surprised to see that, but would expect the odd 140, but it was still a good average, 86, 76. I know you were mentioning comms a lot about his county efforts over the years. You'd just about take that, wouldn't you, an 86 if you were playing county. Good performance, good start, and of course, a great leg difference as well. Well, our final two players in this Group C are up next, and it is Reece Colley against Martin Thomas. They make Martin Thomas the 8-11 favourite. Even money, Reece Colley. Where do you think this one goes?
You've got to agree with the bookies on this one. You make Martin slight favourite. Reece last year looked a lot better than he is at this year at the moment, and it was those front nines. Been going over the data and the stats this morning. Those front nine last year was a lot stronger than it is this year, which is giving him a lot less time at the back end of legs. Yeah,
and there's a big difference in their running average. Some 6 points at the Super Series over their time spent on the stage. I'm fascinated by this one. I'm interested to see which version of Martin Thomas we've got. We've seen some great darts from him over the years here. Right, let's get on with the action. Owen Binks is our referee, and Matt Egger will be joining Phil Bars in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And here we are, match number 3 of 15. And we have Reece Colley against Martin Thomas, as the guys up there were saying. First time we've seen Martin Thomas this year at the live, or what was the live league, into the Super Series. As they were saying, Reece Colley not at the same standard he was last year, just dropped off a little bit, but we're hoping, like many others, his form can be rejuvenated here
Reece to throw
at the MODUS Super Series.
Game on.
And it is Collie who has the darts. Thomas will need to find that all-important break of throw. But the perfect start for Reece Colley as he bangs in a maximum with his opening 3 darts.
180.
Whatever you can do, I can do better, Martin Thomas says. What a way to start match 3, Matt.
Just as I'm coming in and
57.
catch that, that's some darts to walk into the room with. I just want to pick up on a point I made. Oh, hold on a minute. Just want to pick up on a point I made with Chris Mason there about the front 9 for Reece Colley. 2021, when he had his best year, finishing 6th on the development tour. His front 9 running average was on a 93.23. With a 95.64 on the Challenge Tour. This year, he is down to an 83.77 and an 87.94. That is a massive drop of around about 10 points on that front 9.
57. Martin, you require 100.
On a scoring phase you again, that's huge. That's a slip. Martin Thomas will be so annoyed with himself there.
80. Reece requires
Doesn't
72.
get a go at a double when he should have done because of that stray dart into the 1.
Game shot in the first leg. Reece Colley.
Nice, clean finish there from Reece Colley. 2 darts to take out the 72. That is a hold of
Second
throw.
leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
Touching on Reece there, when he won his first development tour title back in 2001, it was a good scalp because at the time Dom Taylor was on absolute fire on the Dev Tour, and Reece did a job on him in that final.
96.
Very good player there, Dominic Taylor, yes. And them development tours are not easy to win, and they're only getting harder again. They tend to go through phases, don't they, where we tend to have waves of players come through, and at the moment, Josh Rock is dominating things on the development tour.
26.
Now there's a can of worms. To be fair, I know Josh gets a lot of stick for it, but it's not Josh's fault. It's more the system people are having a go at. It's
been a debate for a couple of years, hasn't it? I remember when Luke Humphries won the World
97.
Championship. He got a bit of stick for having a beard.
But what a lovely beard it was.
We've had the bearded dragon here this week
96.
as well. Sporting a great beard. Justin Smith be back in action this evening. Group B, joined by Graham Usher. Both of them coming from Group A. They'll be joined by Jared Cole, Nick Kenny and Dave Pallett, who'll be hoping to stack up this evening.
2 conflicting styles as well here.
180.
As we've seen there, Reece's darts stand up to attention as he bangs in his second maximum. But that angle doesn't do justice how flat Martin Thomas's darts actually sit to the board.
195.
When we look at the back of his dart there, he's got a very thin flight, which is going to just bring the dart down. This could be a 95 finish for a breaker throw. We said I wanted to see more on the scoring phase from Reece Colley, and he's running at 102, the average. Asking questions early of Martin Thomas. And he could be taking a breaker throw. He's going to have 3 darts.
98.
At
We should require
16.
16.
That's awkward. How much can you
Game
see?
on the second
Enough is the answer. That's a
Reece Colley.
very, very good dart, because those two were blocking quite a lot of the bed there, Matt, but he's found one just to go over the top and glide into the
So
bed.
it's Rhys to throw first. Game
Seen
on.
some amazing shimmies across the hockey this week. That one from Lisa Ashton really stands out from earlier in the week when she moved all the way to Southampton to hit the
140.
bullseye around the 25. But I questioned Reece Colley's scoring power. It
96.
dipped off over the last few months. There are no signs of that in this game. As he hits his third 180 of the match so far. That is a 180 in every single leg. And just like last time, Martin Thomas straight back with a 180. Both players averaging over the 100. Can we extend this match,
85.
please? I am enjoying this one.
5 maximums in 3 legs of darts, Matt. Outrageous from the players.
140. Reach
The
required
big fact
96.
here is after 9 darts, they're both on 2 darters.
Game shown the third.
And Rhys
leg.
takes it out in
Colley.
12 darts. You are not going to break that unless you can hit the perfect 9. 9 was the double that Reece Colley takes there
Well,
for
it's
a
Martin to throw
3-0
first.
lead. 102.48 the average. 104 for Martin Thomas. A third 180 for Martin Thomas, rising it to 109 despite the fact he can't register a leg on the board.
What's going on here? Averaging
43.
109 and losing 3-0. This is why we love this sport, Matt. It's just absolutely ridiculous here in match number 3.
I said he needed a 9 in the last leg. He was on for it there. 5 into the 9, bumps the average up to 111.
And he hasn't had a double either.
39.
And it's 10:15 in the morning. Martin Thomas clearly woke up with a big cup of coffee this morning.
60.
You'd like to think that this would be his first leg on the board here. Reece Colley having a leg off and then finds a 140, but still plenty of time for Martin Thomas here. Doesn't need to do anything courageous and go for the ball here. Just asking Owen Binks what he requires.
140.
First darter double, but we'll be back. And again, good ball management there from Martin. Didn't need to go 18 for the ball or anything like that, but just tee it up and play nice, sensible game.
Martin, you require 8.
And that's what he's done here. He's left the 2 fours.
Game shown
And
the
he
fourth
takes it in the first dart. That is
Martin
a 13
Thomas.
dart leg. Hold a throw. That is what is required if he's going to start clawing this back. You do not want to start Group C
It's Rhys to throw first.
giving away too
Game
many
on.
legs. Only 2 players will go through from 6. You can get burnt in this format if you do not get the legs as well as the points.
Even though he's 3-1
100.
down, averaging 107, he will fancy his chances of getting back into this. He knows he's playing well. When you're up on that hockey, that you know when they leave your fingers, they feel good. And
100.
that average is proving that he's still in this game, even though he's 2 legs behind.
100.
Both of these players playing their first game of the week, joining us today, Thursday in Group C. And after this game, we would have seen everyone that is taking part in Group
43.
C as we enter our second round of fixtures. Dan Reid and Carl Wilkinson coming up next. 2
97.
players who both registered a win already.
Martin Thomas needs another maximum here if he's to get into this leg. And that is a mistake.
42.
2 troubleless visits in a row from Martin Thomas has left the door open for Reece Colley to pounce.
99. $100. Reach require
Time is running
105.
out. Reece Colley, 105. He should get a match start from here. He will. It's going to be at double 16.
73.
He comes wide. Martin Thomas can't do anything from 216. Just got to throw and hope that he hears Binks not calling game shots.
Reach require 32.
Here we go. One match start has come and gone. Is that awkward? I'm pretty sure that is.
24.
I was about to say that's the one, because the flight kicks up.
Martin, you
doesn't
require
leave you a lot of the bed
160.
to see.
He crossed his fingers, he crossed his toes. He's got his wish. Can he dish out to 116? He cannot, which means Reece Colley will come back for 3 more match
92.
starts.
Reach require 8.
4 match starts have come and gone. Will they be running through the mind of Reece Colley at this point? Because he's dragged that one inside.
Game
And
shot
he
and
gets
the
there
match.
in the end.
Reece
Last
Colley.
guy in hand. Reece Colley breathes a huge sigh of relief. Match starts were coming and going, but got there in the end as he defeats Martin Thomas 4-1. Martin Thomas averaging 99.99, but it wasn't enough as Reece Colley bags the points in match number 3. Coming up next, Dan Reid against Carl Wilkinson, and we'll be back after this short break.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. All the players now have completed 1 cycle of matches, and that one threw up a bit of a surprise.
Great performance there from Reece Colley. As said before that started, I was concerned about that front 9 and those trebleless visits creeping into his game, and he certainly corrected that with that one. 3 180s is impressive darts. Both players hitting 3 180s. If you're Martin Thomas, you've got to feel harshly treated. I'm going to call that 100. I'm going to give him the extra bit. We're going to round it up. We're throwing 100 average and coming away with a 4-1 defeat. And when we said those legs will play a factor in Group C with that extra space missing, only 2 from 6, legs will become a factor.
Well, I'd like to say Liverpool played as well as that last night in their 4-1 defeat, but I'd be lying. 99.99, as you said. Let's round that up to 100. 50% on the double. So when he was given an opportunity, people will probably be confused at how an 88.99 can be 100. Tell us.
It was purely that last leg from Rhys. It took him a little bit of time to get out. He took it out on the 6th dart, and that just brings the average down when you're missing those doubles. And that's all that was. If you take away those couple of missed darts at the double, which didn't affect the game.
No. I mean, he missed 10 in total, which is almost a leg of darts. I mean, we were massively looking forward to tonight's session, but this one is, well, it's been thrilling so far.
They're asking a lot of questions, aren't they? And when a lot of questions are being asked, we look forward to seeing the answers, and that's what we're going to see shortly.
Well, we're probably going to see it in the next one because both players made a very good start to the day. Dan Reid beating James Richardson and Carl Wilkinson defeating Alan Tabern by the same scoreline. Where do you see this one going? Reid versus Wilkinson.
I think this is going to be good. I think the pace of the game is going to suit both of these players. They're both a little bit more methodical. Not slow.
No.
They're just a little bit more methodical, and that little bit of time is going to suit both of these players.
Right, let's hand over to our referee, Owen Binks, and Matt Egger will be joining Phil Bars in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. As the guys were saying, someone's O has to go here. Both victorious this morning, Dan Reid and Carl Wilkinson, but only one of them will prevail here. Who will it be, Reid or Wilkinson? Let us know on social media, Facebook and Twitter. Drop your comments in, and we will see if we can read a few of them out during the morning as well. At MSS Darts on Twitter. Practice darts just finishing up.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
Dan has the darts. Carl Wilkinson will need to find a break of throw.
80.
And as if by magic, Matt Edgar's back with us.
Carl Wilkinson is straight back in the treble. 180 to open the leg. We have seen the last two matches open with 180s.
100.
Clearly getting the timing in the practice room. Using the time well.
82.
He fancied the 9 there, didn't he? The grimace when he missed.
I think every single dart player, as soon as you hit that 180, that first treble goes in, you start thinking about the 9.
100.
For sure.
Saying Carl can take a lot of confidence
99.
from that opening win. Played some really, really good stuff.
He did, and we touched on the fact that he didn't get any of those sort of 140, 180 columns, and then the first 3 darts comes out and puts that
91.
right.
Collie 140.
Scrubs that stat straight off the board.
And in leg 1, there's a break opportunity. He'd love to leave tops here.
60. And you require 130.
It doesn't. But the 130 is a dart player's friend. It's one of the nice ones because it's only a 1 treble, single to ball, or
120.
treble leaves you a dart at the
Collie
double 5 there.
80.
Like it was. It's one of the nice ones that you pros like.
Straight down that middle line. This is double 10.
70.
Not able to get the 10s.
And you
Would have been a
require
break
10.
of throw. Then Reid comes back with 3 in hand.
Game
At the
shot
5s, he only needs the 1
Dan
dart.
Reid.
And Dan Reid holds his throw. He's 1-0 to Dan Reid, who is playing exceptional darts
Second
today.
leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Again
Game
around
on.
that mid-90s. Looking good.
Absolutely, but Carl Wilkinson will be thinking to himself, that was the opportunity.
140.
He carved the chance there and couldn't take it. Dan Reid clinical when his chance presented itself.
85.
He's 40% on his doubles in his opening game, which is an improvement on his overall stats, and something that Dan Reid highlights as his own weakness.
99.
Mentioned the other day he was on social media saying how his doubles seemed to let him down. Remember when he qualified for the UK Open this year, he put a post out saying, finally, I can hit my doubles, and look what's achievable.
97.
How many times have we seen that from players over the years? The very famous phrase from Bobby
98.
George. We've heard it many times, but it has stood the test of time, and it's still so true to this day.
Collie record 164.
Noticed an equipment change from Dan from the last time he was here.
100.
Gone to the moulded flight, like a lot are at the moment. It seems a very popular choice, the moulded flight instead of the traditional flight mat.
95. Collie requires
There's a
64.
lot of tinkering going on with players at the moment, looking to try and find that little extra percent. Obviously, prize money going through the roof at the moment in darts, so everyone's looking to get their slice of that. Wilkinson slice that one into the sevens.
48.
Still managed to lead the double,
And he
but has
required
offered up a mini
124.
opportunity here to Dan Reid. 124. He needed a treble, he's got that. He's gone for 14 for the bull.
99.
Went aggressive on the 14s though, going for the treble to try and lead the
Collie
double 11.
requires 60.
That is the sign of a confident player.
Confidence, agreed. But also it can be players'
Game
downfall.
shot on the
We'll
second
come back to that in a minute. But Carl Wilkinson has levelled it up, and this game is one apiece. Pins double four at the first time of asking after switching, coming inside on the 8. But we've seen on the 1-2-1s, the 1-2-7s, the 1-2-4s, that area is where players go aggressive for the treble, go over aggressive, and miss the target, and then don't get a dart at the ball.
Yeah, you've got to make sure of that. Personally, I've always gone for the inside wire of the double.
174.
There inside the wires, 174. That is the second maximum shot of the game for Carl Wilkinson. Like May said, likes to switch around the board.
96.
I remember it was Kevin Painter who says to me, you've got to stop doing that. He goes, one day you're going to miss the board doing that. And it happened, didn't it? You know,
99.
always going to happen one day.
Darts is at a funny place right now because we've got a crossroads of generations where the likes of Kevin Painter and James Wade in the programme that just don't like to switch. They'll try and go round a dart, over a dart, under a dart if needed. But the youngsters and the modern players, they fly around the board as if it's nothing.
The Europeans as well. There's a lot of these young Europeans that are coming through with some funky ways of going.
96. Collie require 144.
Yeah, the Europeans, when you speak to them as well, I remember speaking to Jean Van Veen when we were in our old location about it, because he used to leave some funky doubles as well, shall we say, that he was like, they're all the same size.
This would be a hold of throw, 100 plus finish, 109 for Dan Reid.
89.
Carl Wilkinson
Collie
will be
require 120.
regretting that last shot. 24 points. Doesn't leave him as handy as he'd like to have been. And will not get
60.
a dart at the double there.
Daniel required 20.
Only 84 points in his last 6. That was an opportunity there. Carl Wilkinson to get the break. He will get another opportunity. Dan Reid coming low on the double.
No score.
Decides to bust.
Collie requires 60.
That's the problem with 10s. Going inside can be the killer. Same as 18s to 9s. A lot of players like the 18s, but the 9s can be their undoing.
20.
The same as 10s. It's the switch to 5s which undoes them.
Game shot on the third leg. Dan Reid.
Saw in the last game, Dan Reid missed a couple of opportunities to get the break, and it took him to the very last leg against James Richardson to finally get that break.
It's Carl to throw
Carl
first.
Wilkinson
Game on.
returning the favour. Missing a couple of darts there to get the break. Will history repeat itself in a last leg shootout?
122.
Good cover shooting there from Carl Wilkinson. Finds a couple of trebles.
55.
I know you look at the fundamentals of the game, Matt, quite a lot. Just looking at both their throws, both of them different
44.
drawback, but the follow-through on both is very, very good.
Yeah, just a little bit of a weakness in the shoulder
100.
around Dan Reid there. To see the arm dropping. We'll have to watch that a little bit closely to see where exactly that's coming from. It might just be that he's a bit too quick to go and
42.
retrieve the next dart out of his hand. It just gives him a bit of a loopy sort of action. See there, the arm coming down very quick. Fingers pointing down to the floor.
99.
No finish for Carl Wilkinson. 2 treble visit here for Dan Reid. Would put him favourite to break,
60.
but comes up dry. Carl Wilkinson will now be looking to leave this 194 as handy as possible.
96.
How big could that treble 19 be? Leaves 98. Dan Reid not on a finish.
Might not be on a
I should
finish.
say he's had a disaster there, Matt.
He's thinking.
54.
That's a good
Collie
dart.
Rock 198.
Leaves him nice. He's took this 132 out already this week. 132 is a nice finish. He's going to get a shot at it. This means he's going to be starting on the
38.
ball.
Daniel Rock
Ball leaves him 82.
132.
25 leaves him 107. So as long as he gets it in that sector, he's got a chance. That's a lovely lie for another bullseye. A shot I like to call the Dennis Priestley.
92. Collie requires 60.
You call it the Priestley, but it's been remodelled. The champagne shot over the years as well.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
That's a good shot from Carl Wilkinson. He doesn't look happy. He looks a bit frustrated with that 20-dart hold of throw. But that is the big factor. It doesn't matter how many darts. It's
If
the
he gets
hold
Dan
of
to throw
throw
first.
that matters the most.
He'll be thinking to himself, I should be in front here.
So we, as dart players, are guilty of being
93.
very fickle. And he will be counting those missed opportunities. In all things fair, his opportunity came around because Dan Reid missed, but those sort of things get forgotten about.
58.
When you're up there, you just think, I miss those 2 darts. Could be clear now.
That's where the very best in the sport come to the forefront, because they put those missed
81.
opportunities to the back of their mind and never think about them.
It's the easy thing, isn't it? Just stop thinking. Just stop thinking. Hit loads of trebles and doubles and you'll win darts matches. It's easy.
We make it sound like
82.
the simplest game in the world.
Need to pop into the practice room and just let them know. Just hit some trebles, doubles, don't think about it, and we'll see some 9-darters today.
140.
Would you one?
Best we've seen this week so far is an 11-darter.
123.
Every player registering an 11-darter. Dan Reid with 1, Alan Tabern with 2, James Richardson with 2, Graham Usher with 1, Lisa Ashton with 1, and Justin
100.
Smith with 2.
Talking of the 9, we have history here this week with James Richardson and Graham Usher
136.
doing-
Daniel Rock 187.
doing the magical 9 at our previous venue.
We'll get a dart at the ball to hold his throw.
62.
This is
Collie
a mini
require
opportunity. He only needs
102.
1 treble to give himself another opportunity to break. That's a nice lie. Might just stay there to leave the 11s. He's coming down, leaves tops.
62.
Very unfortunate.
required
A good
25.
effort there for Carl Wilkinson.
Although he found the treble 14, there was a huge argument to stay there because of how good the lie was on the treble 20.
20.
Going to get another opportunity though now at that tops. 3 darts in
Collie
hand.
required
This is his
40.
double of choice. So he's going to feel happy coming to the board with 3 darts in his hand. This is a break opportunity. That is a nice lie.
Oh, it's gone the wrong
Game
side.
shot
But
the
what a
5th
recovery
leg.
from
Carl
Carl Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
And we see the fist pump there. He knows how important that was. That dart at double top was so unlucky. Just squeezed into the corner of double 1. Means he had to go
Signal against
downstairs.
Carl to throw
Double 19.
first.
And there the emotion
on.
comes out. Carl Wilkinson leads and will now throw for the match.
Opportunity to serve it off now. Averages for the game are about
44.
level. Both players on 84 and change. Carl Wilkinson just dropped below that with that last visit. Dan Reid going above that.
135.
Surprising, no 180s in the Dan Reid column. Matt, normally he's good for a max.
97.
Yeah, he's not been filling that column up too much this week, actually. He's, I think he's on 9 for the week so far.
Yeah, and we've seen in previous phases,
59.
the scoring phases have been very, very good. A bit like Reece Colley we said earlier, Dan's not hit those heights as he has in previous phases.
97.
But when we take a look at the players with averages over 100 for 2022, Dan Reid's second on that board. 9 matches this year he's managed to post over the 100.
137.
Alan Tabern twice posting over the 100. James Richardson miles clear though. 15 times posting over 100 average this year, showing that ceiling that he has. This is the ceiling, the 170.
Strap yourself in. No big fish.
130.
Of course, we saw the fish on Monday from Justin Smith.
It's a great lead though by Dan Reid. If you can't take it out, you want to leave a double. That's exactly what he's done. But this is for the match.
104.
There would have been some way to win it.
Daniel
This is a great
40.
response from Dan Reid after 12 darts, leaving tops, his preferred double.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
he
leg.
pings it in
Dan
one. That is a
Reid.
13 dart leg, a quality leg of timing. Which in these short formats, timing is
Seventh and
everything,
final leg is Dan
especially
to
when
throw
you're going to
first.
go
Game
head to
on.
head on the averages like these two are. Dan Reid will throw first for the match. But the interesting thing could
96.
become those legs. If he does take this, he will go to 4 points. But he'll only be on a +2 leg difference. Players have been burnt in this situation
134.
before, when they're only taking smaller wins.
Yeah, we've seen leg difference play a huge part here at the Super
137.
Series. Could well do it again. We must be due a 9-dart shootout as well, Matt, since we changed the rules to determine
48.
the positioning in the table. We haven't seen one yet. We've been close, but we must be due one.
Love a 9-dart shootout. Love a penalty shootout.
92.
If you're involved, would you want to throw first or second?
Definitely second. Definitely second.
97.
You don't want to throw second in a leg, though, which is what Carl Wilkinson has done here, because the 50 points is 50 points plus what is in Dan Reid's hand,
43.
which isn't a lot. That is awkward. He has left himself a shot where he can only hit 2 trebles. If Carl Wilkinson hits 2 trebles, this gets tasty.
87. Daniel require
It's a
133.
better leave for Carl Wilkinson, but Dan Reid does have the advantage of throwing first.
Yeah, like you say, with the better leave, Carl Wilkinson will go for the
Collie
ball
with
first, because 25 leaves
135.
110. And that's exactly what he's done. Can't find the treble 20,
95.
Found the ball.
Daniel require 56.
but may not matter, as Dan Reid will look at 16 for tops and the points. Surely that's a great marker,
60.
but he can't use it. 2 match darts have come, and they have gone
Collie
for Dan
require
Reid.
40.
Carl Wilkinson, can you step in? You've been presented the opportunity, and you can see the expression on Dan Reid's face. He knows that was a mistake. No, tops for Wilkinson. High. Come inside.
30.
And he's come inside 10s as well. The opportunity has there gone for Wilkinson.
Daniel require 40.
And look at him. He knows. Facial expressions say it all. And there we have it. Dan Reid uses the marker. The pair shake hands, but Carl Wilkinson knows that is a missed opportunity. Dan Reid moves to the top of Group C. He is 2 from 2 with a 4-3 victory over Carl Wilkinson. We will return for match 5 as Martin Thomas takes on James Richardson after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, that one was another tungsten tussle. Let's have a quick look at the stats. And as you can see, Matt, it just edged him out in terms of leg score, just slightly in front of the average. Interesting, that doubling stat is pretty much bang on where he was for the week in Group A. He actually topped the running averages at 87.5, but was bottom of the finishing stat. So that's one stat that doesn't lie.
And he's aware of this as well. I look at every player's social media and we see, because you get a good indication into what they're thinking.
Yep.
And I alluded to it in commentary. When he qualified for the UK Open this year, he put a tweet out saying, that's what I can do when I hit doubles. I can get that qualification spot. So he's aware that this could be a bit of a flaw in his game and a bit of a weakness. And when you do start missing, you miss those 3 darts, 6 darts, you start missing match darts. If that's what you think is your weakness, you're right. It will become that.
Well, let's have a quick look at the table. And Dan Reid out in front, but you did mention something which is so relevant, the plus and minus in terms of leg difference. Both of his wins have been by the odd leg. So although he's on 4 points, he's only on +2 in terms of leg difference. And you became a victim of the old leg difference not too long ago.
About 2 weeks ago, I was sat plush at the top of the table. You lose a game or two, and those leg differences count as bonus points. It was this exact group that I got stung in myself. And when there's only 2 players going through from 6, you do need a big win somewhere along the way.
Well, James Richardson could do with a big win, as could Martin Thomas. They face each other next in match number 5 of 15 we're bringing you today in Group C. And Owen Binks is our referee for this one, and in comms it will be Matthew Edgar and Phil Boris.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series as we have James Richardson against Martin Thomas. Both looking for their first victory in Group C. Martin Thomas averaged all but 100 in his one, but it wasn't enough to beat Reece Colley. James Richardson lost in a last leg decider to Dan Reid, who will get the better of this one. We will find out over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Martin Thomas scoring phase was superb. 3 180s in his first game. So if he can find that kind of power scoring, he will fancy his chances in this one. And Matt has raced down from the balcony to join us back in comms.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first.
This has
Game
all the
on.
ingredients to bake us a very, very tasty cake.
What is your cake of choice?
98.
Good question, actually. I do like a bit of toffee. Toffee cakes are quite nice. Darty cake
55.
at the moment.
Just looking at it on the screen there, it's a very long dart from start to finish for James Richardson as well, isn't it?
It's
58.
unusual, which is why he can do unusual things like that 180. It's trending around the darting universe at the moment.
134.
I got a front row seat to that yesterday. I just about picked my jaw off the floor. I could see the replay.
60.
I think when I saw it live, I thought it was a treble, came back out and went back in again.
Do you remember, I think
55.
it may have been the Premier League, the huge deflection from Johnny Clayton into the treble 18. It clipped the flight and literally diverted it from the treble 20 into the treble 18.
I can't remember that one specifically, but I do remember
140.
Ryan Searle
105.
double at tops where he said he threw up in his mouth a little bit. This will make James Richardson throw up in his mouth a little bit if he takes this 105. He's looking at it.
Game
And he will
shot
not
the
like
first
what
leg.
he's seeing. Martin Thomas continues with this 100 average. A 15 dart leg, 105 checkout.
Second leg, it's James to
Hold
throw
of throw.
first. Game on.
1-0 Martin Thomas.
Not just the mat, it was the 180 to leave the 105. Superb set of 6 darts there from the Welshman.
$97.
I felt, based on what we saw in their openers, for me, Martin Thomas was the favourite going into this one.
Based on the
100.
opening, but as we've seen with these group phases, no 2 games are the same. James Richardson does have that incredible ceiling, like we said. 15
100.
times James Richardson has averaged over 100 already in 2022. I say already, it's September. We'll be getting the
60.
Christmas decorations out soon.
Don't you know it? As everyone knows, I love a little bit of Christmas action.
At least I'm in good company in that respect.
140.
Do love Christmas.
Thinking there's a nice position in our commentary room here behind the camera where we can probably potentially get a Christmas tree up.
123, Martin. You've got
Already
164.
been watching the Christmas movies. Bit of Daddy's Home, bit of Home Alone.
1 or 2,
2 first.
you know.
It's the music, isn't it? The iconic music.
56.
And of course, you know, when we're talking about this, there is a shining palace on the top of Muswell Hill. Starting to get that a little bit closer when we start mentioning Christmas.
Still a slight opportunity that the players on stage,
23.
Martin Thomas
Martin,
and James
you've got
Richardson, could get there.
108.
Challenge Tour obviously offers a couple of opportunities for that. And with darts like Martin Thomas is playing, at the moment, there is an opportunity there to pick up some Challenge Tour titles.
70.
Averaging around the 100 mark.
James, you've got
He's up at
154.
that table.
Especially this year, because the Challenge Tour's in a unique situation where its current leader
60.
is
Martin, you've got
probably going to get a
38.
spot through another means. So it would just open up another opportunity for these Challenge Tour players if Scott Williams can continue the form he's on, because he's in the top
James, on the
64 of the
second
normal
leg.
order of merit.
Martin Thomas.
So it would just open up and give guys like Martin Thomas and James Richardson huge hope, as Martin Thomas doubles his lead there. Double 19,
So look,
pinned.
it's Martin to throw first.
It's a break of throw.
Game on.
And Ruthless is in a little bit of bother here, Matt.
Well, we mentioned Challenge Tour winning form. This is what Martin Thomas is showing us at the moment. Averaged 100 in his first game.
80.
And unfortunate there with the bounce out. Has just pulled his average slightly down, losing that dart. But 92.74. That is title contending
58.
form. Challenge Tour back underway again in a week's time. And probably be seeing
41.
most of the players you're seeing this week. Taking the line up there. Carl Wilkinson won't be there. He decided to miss Q School this year, so he won't be there.
60.
We expect to see Reece Colley, Martin Thomas, Dan Reid, James Richardson all lining up. Trying to get some ranking
97.
points. UK Open spots on the line, Tour cards on the line, World Championship spaces on the line.
It's that busy time of year that it matters for everyone in the darting
100.
calendar. There is always something to play for from September onwards, Matt.
Everybody's playing for something. Tour card spots, World
43.
Championship spots, Players Championship spots, all the way through the system. It's a busy season, and it's the time of the
70.
season you need to find form. A lot of prize money on the line. This is where dart players make their yearly earnings up. First sort of 9 months sort of tick over time, but the real bulk of your
45.
earnings come in these next 3 months. So a good time to find form. So Martin Thomas might be coming into play at the right time.
100.
Yeah, last year we saw him pick up titles on the Challenge Tour already, so we know he has that game in the locker. And I know you spoke about James Richardson's disappointing Q School. I put Martin Thomas in the same
99.
bracket after a brilliant Challenge Tour last year. He was one of the favourites going into Challenge to Q School this year, and again, didn't happen for him either.
65.
He'll be
Martin, you've got
hoping it happens for him
96.
here on this 96. If it does happen for him, he will take a 3-0 lead.
Game's
And that's
on the
exactly
third
what he
leg.
has done. It is a
Martin
3-0 lead
Thomas.
for Martin Thomas. 96 the finish. That goes into the bracket with that 105 finish he's already hit in this game. 50% on the doubles
Well,
here
against
for Martin
James to
Thomas.
throw
A
first.
solid,
Game on.
polished performance. But yeah, when you go back to last year and you look at that challenge to Order of Merit, third, which means he was one place away
85.
from being a PDC Tour card holder this year and next year.
But instead,
9.
he gets to come here with us and grace the Super Series stage.
Massive opportunity now here on the Super Series. Just announced a £1 million
45.
prize tour. Incredible for the non-tour card holder.
Obviously, we'd known the information for a while.
60.
How difficult was it to keep that a secret for those weeks?
It's a massive step in the evolution of darts. The
60.
sport of darts has never been in a better place than it is now. And it's the opportunity these players get to come here and to play for these big prizes and to have the opportunity playing in front of cameras. And Saturday night
123.
we'll see as well, playing in front of a live audience, which will change things. Live instant feedback will change the perception for a few players. We may see some
121.
players rise to the occasion. We may see some players run for cover. Well, live crowds, you just can't beat that instant feedback. You hit a 180, you're going to get a clap, you're going to get a reaction, you might even get a
105.
cheer. That instant feedback changes the mind.
You never know. We might be able to find a few boos here as well, just for continuity.
78. Martin, you record
Gillen Price
117.
can't play, can he?
Don't know. We could dress him up and put a wig on.
This could be game over here on this 117.
shot
It is
on the
game
match.
over on the
Martin
117. A
Thomas.
15 dart holder throw. We just said leg difference could be a big factor, and Martin Thomas has put in a 4-0 victory. Clinical on the finish in 96, 105, and the high out of 117. 88.41 the average Martin Thomas. 4-0 against James Richardson.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, the most dominant display we've seen so far. Martin Thomas defeating James Richardson 4-0. Let's have a quick look at the stats while I have a word with Matt Edgar. As dominant as it gets.
Clinical, wasn't it? 105, 96, 117. James Richardson didn't even get a dart at the double. And that's not how you want to be starting Group C. That is a big nil in that column. You're going to take some clawing back.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did mention the leg difference and how it can play its part overall. Let's have a quick look at the table, because there's a great example of that. Dan Reid, 2 from 2. As you can see, Martin Thomas on 2 points, only 1 leg behind. In fact, Reece Colley with just that 1 win. If he picks up a win in his next match against Alan Tabern, he will leapfrog Dan Reid, and by some margin. That is our next game, but the big one, and you mentioned it a little earlier, Dan Reid against Martin Thomas, which follows our next match.
He's in danger of getting swamped there at the top, isn't he? Although he's won both his games, he's sort of a sitting duck. If Reece Colley wins, Martin Thomas plays Dan Reid in the next game, so he could get swamped very quickly on those leg differences. Despite the fact the points will still be the same, he will go out of the top 2, which is the qualifying criteria.
Yeah, and it's interesting. They make Alan Tabern the 4-6 favourite in our next match. Reece Colley quoted at 11-10. I quite fancy that. I think that could represent a little bit of value. Well, let's get on with that match. And our referee for this one is Owen Binks. And it will be Matt Edgar and Phil Bars in commentary.
Thanks very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone. And here we go. Reece Colley can go top of the table with a victory here over Alan Tamman. The guys touching on the leg difference there could be huge. And of course, Rhys had a thumping victory in his opening game, 4-1. So he's already on +3. I agree with Mace as well, that based on what we've seen so far today, I think there's a little bit of value in the Reece Colley price.
Okay, first leg is Alan to throw first.
But he will have to
Game
find
on.
a break of throw. Alan Tamman
96.
must be looking for an improved performance. Wasn't really at the races in his opener. And we are joined again,
97.
rushing down from the balcony. Matt is back with us.
Say there as I was coming in, Alan Tabern not at the race in the first game. He hasn't really been at the races for 6 or 7 games now. And I agree with Mason there. There's a little bit of value in Reece Colley based on what we've seen of him in the first game. So I don't want to see him reduce those trebleless visits, and he certainly did that.
59.
The average of 88.99 was misleading. It was enough to beat the near 100 of Martin Thomas.
98.
Just a couple of missed doubles that was non-effective to the game. Didn't let his opponent have any extra visits to the board, so good commanding
66.
performance. He could be straight in with a breaker throw here.
I was going to say, good setup play here from Rhys, and the door is open because although Alan is capable, we've seen nothing so far to suggest that this 140 will go, man.
And you reckon 140.
Did do a 144 earlier in the week. That sort of came from nowhere as well. That one won't come from nowhere. Reece Colley.
100. Reece
74.
74.
Tabern on his favourite tops. You kind of feel needs to go.
34.
Doesn't. He offers Alan
Alan,
Tabern
you
3
reckon
darts at
40.
his favourite to hold his throw. Get up and running.
Game
That's
shot on the
exactly
first
what he
leg.
does with the second
Alan
dart in
Tabern.
hand. Straight in the middle of the tops. That'll make him feel good. A good 17 darter there to hold his throw.
Second leg,
Reece
it's
Colley.
Rhys to throw first.
Serving first in this one.
Yeah, and you go back to his first game, he never really settled at all. So fingers crossed.
140.
I'll just give him a little bit of confidence and just that ability, just to relax on that stage.
I
29.
think that's the word here, relax. Something we haven't seen him achieve yet this week. He has had that break, like we've mentioned before.
57.
He's just looked a bit flustered at times. A bit why me at times when the opponents are hitting.
140.
We all love a bit of why me as dart players.
58.
Love someone to do a Mario Balotelli on the stage. Lift the shirt up with the undershirt on. Why is it always me?
James Wade missed the opportunity really there, didn't he, with the 9 darters? He should have always had it loaded, ready to go. James Wade always seemed to run into a 9 dart leg.
45.
Again, we talk about board management there, Matt. That I can't believe Reece Colley hasn't switched there. That the bed is obviously blocked, and he's tried to throw a dart round the other two instead of going for a clean bed.
Stubborn attack on the treble 20.
60. Alan, you record
All of
133.
a sudden, Alan Tabern making a bit of charge in this game.
97.
Leaves a double again
Which
after
require
15 darts, which
141.
is solid. Gives him an average of around the 90 mark. This would be some response. Alan Tabern will come back to the board.
89.
3 darts in hand. Double 18
36.
is the target.
Game shot the
Double
second
18
leg.
is the
Alan
destination. For 1 dart, Alan Tabern there. A breaker throw. It's a 2-0 lead. It's a 91 average.
So look, it's
a
Alan
much
to throw
improved
first.
Alan
Game on.
Tabern. He can keep this going. And get himself back in the mix.
140.
We were very complimentary of Reece Colley's scoring phase in his first round game, and you touched on the stats there that seemed to have disappeared this year compared to last. It seems to have disappeared
135.
from game to game here because he's just not finding those big treble visits that we saw in game number 1.
140.
I think I said it in the last game, no 2 games are the same. When you're lined up to play 5 matches in a day, we're going to see the good, the bad and the
125.
ugly. This is the good if you're Alan Tabern. He's pumping that average up
125.
over the 100 mark. For the first time this week, we are seeing the Alan Tabern that reached the world number 9.
81.
in the
Alan, you
PDC.
record 96.
That last start as well there was a mixture of Richie Burnett and Dave Chisnell all in one.
78.
He's on for an 11
Reach
darter
require
there.
160.
He will be hoping to return at the 18, but he might not. That is that lovely in the bed. Tops for a 160.
140.
That would have been why always
Alan, you
me.
require 18.
A 12 darter miss there for Reece Colley.
Game shot
And
the
Alan
third
Tabern
leg.
goes out in
Alan
13 darts. Pings the double 9. Hold of throw for Alan Tabern. Reece Colley has took
Well,
his
look, it's
stats
Rhys
up.
to
He's
throw
averaging
first.
92.73, but that is not enough at the moment. Alan Tabern all the way up on a 98 average, and this is a danger. When you're dealing with someone who's
43.
reached as high as the world number 9 like Alan Tabern has, you know you have the skills in the locker.
Absolutely, and this is the best we've seen Alan Tabern
100.
over the last 3 and a bit days. The Saint is rolling back the years, and Reece Colley at the moment doesn't have the answers. We've seen him miss a dart for that magical 160, but at the moment, that's all
58.
that Tavern's given him is shots at huge combos because he is absolutely pummeling that treble 20 right now.
59.
It's interesting you say rolling back the years. When we look at the years, we've got the oldest and the
60.
youngest players here. Alan Tabern, 55 years old. Reece Colley, just 23.
59.
And Rhys was born. Alan Tabern was coming into his best years of darts. I remember an interesting conversation with Alan Tabern actually when he was going up the rankings. He said
60.
he had family at home that was picking players out. Go beat this player. Go beat this player. And eventually he came so high in the rankings that they turned around to him and says, the hunter has become the hunted.
180.
People wanting to beat Alan Tabern.
I remember when Michael Smith first burst onto the scene that he used to say he had a mental block
30.
playing Alan
Alan
Tabern, because in and around that
103.
St Helens area, he was the idol, he was the figurehead, and Smithy struggled to get his head round playing him.
39.
It's the thing with that tour, isn't it? Everyone is the hero of their country, their location. You take the very best and put them all together.
60. Alan, you require 64.
Alan Tabern should get at least a match dart. He's going to get a dart at tops for a 4-0 whitewash of Reece Colley.
44.
But he's dragged it low, but he will be back because Collie is not on a finish. All he can do is hit trebles, apply pressure, and hope.
90. Alan, you require 20.
He's done his part, but Tavern now looking at double 10 for 4-0. Surely that's a great guide.
No score.
Oh, and he's gone into the wrong bed. Just dragged it low into the 15s, Matt.
You could hear the darts clatter off the other ones and it comes
Rhys, you
down
require
low.
100.
And there's that Alan Tabern smile. Like I said, that why always me. You can hear him. And I hear the voice ringing around my head. He does not want to hear Owen Binks's
60.
voice ringing around his head, which he
And
won't.
you
He
require
will
20.
come back. Double 10.
Chasing up to 5s.
10.
Oh, it's all going
Rhys, you require
south
40.
for Alan Tabern. He was in cruise control in this leg. But Reece Colley also chasing.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And
Reece Colley.
it is the 4th leg to Reece Colley. Multiple match starts missed by Alan Tabern, and that is a huge opportunity missed, Matt.
I sort of feel Alan Tabern wasn't playing that moment there. Alan Tabern was getting caught up in what's happened this week. Desperate for points, looking for a performance. You can see him just having a little chat there with Rhys, and like I say, if you ever spoke to Alan, you can hear his voice and you can hear the things he's saying. He knows this should be over. He knows this should be 4-0. He knows he should be back in the back room right now, enjoying a cocktail sausage,
5th leg,
glass
it's
of
Alan
water.
to throw first.
a packet of crisps.
Game on.
Owen Binks doing a tremendous job with the remote controls there.
Owen Binks, the head of remote controls, chief executive of remote controls.
For those that haven't
42.
seen, there's a TV screen there with the scores on, and I'm presuming it was about to go into standby mode. And Owen's rescued the situation.
100.
That last leg has just
100.
destroyed the Alan Tamman average, which is a shame because he was on for a big confidence
59.
boosting performance there.
Yeah, 7 match starts went missing, and that'll destroy any average at any level.
100.
Especially in this short format, it doesn't take too many things to go wrong, and that average just drops. When things go right, that average shoots up, and 180 there. Reece Colley's first of the match, but he's starting to make this a match. Oh, and Alan Tabern straight back with his second of the match. This is warming up. Reece Colley finding the red again, but Alan Tabern should at least get one more match start here.
7 have come and gone. He's going to get an 8th. And the 8th has also come and gone, and we can see by his expression,
57.
frustration is creeping into the Alan Tabern game here, because Reece Colley
Game shot the
pins
5th leg.
57,
Reece Colley.
tops in the middle of the bed, and he is back within 1. This game should have been 4-zip, but right now we are potentially back on throw, and Colley's looking to level it up, Matt.
First. Game on.
That breaker throw has to be the big factor of that leg. It's a good leg from both. 14 darts the winning leg for Reece Colley. We said early on, you want to break the throw, you've got to be looking sub 15 or you're hoping. And that's what Rhys did. He went out sub 15.
140.
A little dip coming back on the Alan Tabern release. Little bow to the board. He'll want to bow to the board if he can see this out here. We're desperate for the points, desperate for the win. Only 2 players go through in this group. from the 6 players. So winning early is important. Winning good early is vital.
Alan Tavern marginally
60.
in front on the Reece Colley darts here, and now at least one treble makes Alan Tavern favourite. Can he just bump in
40.
off that dart? And that is an absolute disaster. You can see it. It's clattered off the other dart and ended up on the floor. He's 20 points in front, but that may not be enough. If this is a big visit from Reece Colley.
99.
All right, how's your maths, Alan?
130.
He's got away with that, Matt. That second dart should have been downstairs. He's gotten away with that one.
Quality has dug him out of the mathematical situation.
60. Alan, you record 129.
Could get interesting. Alan will be expecting another opportunity here when we look through the
Rhys, you require 130.
130 for Reece Colley. Only one treble to give him a shot at the ball. Passing him round. Does come round. The dart at the ball to go all the way.
105. Alan, you require
We saw the pause.
73.
He knew how important that dart potentially was. Because now it's match start number 9.
Game
And
shot
there it is,
match.
9th match
Alan
start. But it is Alan Tavern who takes the points in a 4-2 victory over Reece Colley. As we said, it should have been 4-0. Match starts came and went, but it is the Saints who gets over the line. Up next, it is a huge game at the top of the table as Dan Reid takes on Martin Thomas.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that match completes 2 cycles of games, so all the players with 3 to play. Good stats from Tabern. Let's take a look at those first. 87.53 with 11 darts missed at a double, Matt.
That's the factor there. Those missed doubles just pull that stats down, those average down. It gave Reece Colley a couple of legs. Alan probably should have took that one 4-0, and it looked like that was the way it was going to go at one point. He was going to post his best stats of the week and his best average of the week. And when you've got it in your locker to reach the PDC world number 9, it's going to come out at some phase.
Yeah, people forget how high ranked he was at one point. Right, let's have a look what effect that had on the table. And as you can see, Alan Tabern coming off the bottom. Only James Richardson without a win, but a real big game coming up next as Dan Reid takes on Martin Thomas. And for me, Martin Thomas has looked the most impressive of all the players so far.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. He did lose his first game, but he was on that 100 average. He has looked good. He's been clinical on the back end. He is finding plenty of trebles. It's those trebleless visits that lose your games. And he's not getting many of those. If he's not hitting, it's normally an 80 or 100 at least. So he's dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged 88 last time out, but there was a few missed doubles in there and the odd bad leg. And over this short course format, that can, of course, affect your average massively. Well, I'm looking forward to this one. It is Dan Reid against Martin Thomas. Owen Binks will be taking us through that one. And it'll be Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris, and we are very much looking forward to this one at the Super Series. Martin Thomas against Dan Reid. Dan will either stretch his lead at the top of the table, or Martin will potentially go top because of that leg difference. As the guys were saying upstairs on the balcony, although Dan is top, that leg difference is just making him cling on where Martin Thomas has been clinical. And a win here would put him top on leg difference. So Martin Thomas stretching off.
First. Game on.
Dan does have the darts, but from what we've seen, I believe the Martin Thomas scoring power could be the difference in this one, because so far today he has scored heavier than Dan Reid. And Matt has raced down to join us. Are you seeing it that way as well, Matt?
Been really impressed with Martin Thomas so far. If he can keep this going,
96.
he's going to be a strong contender to be going through to Saturday night's final, where we will be joined by Lisa Ashton, the winner of Group A. We'll also be joined by a live crowd. We'll also be joined by 3 players from Group B, which will be getting underway this evening. Justin Smith, Graham Usher, Jared Cole, Dave Pallett and Nick Kenny will be joining us this evening.
It's a tasty looking group.
100.
On paper, it really stood out. But this group, Group C, is delivering probably just as well as we expect later on to.
138.
Yeah, and already Martin Thomas has the Dan Reid throw under pressure, and it's that scoring power we were talking about. But Dan Reid is fighting back here, and that maximum couldn't have been timed any better with his throw under the cosh.
Well, you're saying scoring power. You don't get any more powerful than 180.
42. Daniel
we've gone
66.
from saying Martin Thomas is looking like a break to Dan Reid. He's looking good for a hold.
26. Martin, you've got 128. left. 88. Daniel require 40.
Tops for Dan Reid.
20.
Comes low.
Martin, you require 40.
Tops for Martin Thomas. Same equation. Go to the 10s.
30. Daniel require 20.
Getting a bit shaky at the bottom of this leg.
It's all a bit edgy, isn't it, Matt?
18.
Dan Reid again.
Martin, you require 10.
Missing on the doubles. Gives Martin Thomas the opportunity to step in.
Game shot in the
And he
first.
does.
Martin
Thomas breaks the throw. It took 19 darts in the end, but he got over the line. Martin Thomas
Second
takes
against
the
Martin
lead.
to throw first.
1-0.
Game on.
Will be throwing first to extend that lead.
Absolutely. And again, Dan Reid will be kicking himself.
44.
You spoke about it earlier. All those missed darts at a double may come back to haunt him, and he's 0 from 6 at the moment.
58.
I like the way Martin's darts just lie in the bottom of the bed like that, so he can just plop them on top, and that is timed to
180.
perfection. First 180 of this game for Martin Thomas, the second of the match so far. Both players on one. Martin Thomas on
59.
one leg. And kicking on to make it 2.
Right now, if you're a Dan Reid fan, you're a little bit concerned in this game in particular.
81.
Like we say, he's got time to put it right, but it's one-way traffic in this game right now. Martin Thomas looking the real part.
46.
Long way clear, plus what is in his hand, which is going to be another big shot. A 180 would leave him
135.
on the double 8, but he'll be happy enough with a 135. A long way clear of Dan Reid, who is getting danger here of getting swamped on that top position, because if he takes a big defeat here,
95. Martin, you
those
require
plus 2 legs
61.
won't hold him very instead.
No, any win for Martin Thomas here would put him top on leg difference. A big win would sail him to the top of the table.
21.
Dan Reid needs to find trebles and needs to find big trebles. There's one.
100.
But in this situation,
Martin, you
a ton is not
40.
enough. That does not apply enough pressure on the tops for Martin Thomas, and 2-0. That's surely a good guide. It's over-adjusted back to 10s.
Aim shot on the second
And he
leg.
gets there in the end.
Martin
It is an
Thomas.
18-dart hold of throw, but it is, more importantly, Matt, it is 2-0 to Martin Thomas.
Carl Wilkinson taking
Feel
on
like it's
Reece
Dan
Colley
to
as the
throw
next game.
first.
Both players have already picked up a win today. Reece Colley 4-1 over Martin Thomas. Carl Wilkinson 4-1 over Alan Tabern. They both lost their next games out, but that was
100.
4-3 and 4-2. So the winner of that one could see Dan Reid getting swamped at the top very early.
Yeah, in these short races, that
140.
what you'd give for a 4-0 or a 4-1, just to give you a healthy plus leg difference.
Martin Thomas started the day with a 4-1 defeat, but then recovered that very
100.
quickly with that 4-0 victory over an outsourced James Richardson in Game 5. And again, when he gets that dart
140.
at the bottom of the bed or just underneath, plonks the next 2 on top for a 140.
And he's threatening a double break here as well. But Dan Reid is fighting back, and that's his second maximum,
180.
and couldn't have been timed better because it gets him down to a finish.
Did the same in leg 1. It looked like Martin Thomas was going to run away with it, and then Dan Reid hits a 180 to put himself back in, but you tend to find that
121.
that's how this game
121.
feels, that Dan Reid is hanging on at the moment. And you've got to hang on long enough. If he hits the ball, he does. A great dart there from Dan Reid. That is 301 points done in 6 darts. You would get a trophy on your Monday night for doing the 6 dart 301.
First. Game on.
Dan Reid gets a point on the board and a hold of throw.
That is an absolutely fabulous ton-topping finish from Dan Reid, and he needed that as well, just for his own confidence and his own belief, because he was starting
96.
to dwindle a little bit, and you could see his mannerisms on stage. He was thinking, this isn't going to be my day. But that is an unbelievable finish from Dan Reid, and he is right back in this game.
80.
You got a favourite dart trophy, Phil?
Yeah, I think my my Tuesday night singles title from about 2001-ish.
60.
Going back some when I could play a little bit.
Tend to find some nice trophies out there in the wilderness. Kind of like a glass trophy.
100.
They always really stand out quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you get one of those trophy cabinets with the lights in. These days I tend to have a trophy cabinet with the dust.
60.
I remember back in the day playing county youth when Surrey actually used to play at Lakeside.
140.
Did our walk-ons, went up on stage. My first 3 practice darts were fine. When you take them out, look round and then look over Lakeside, the next 3 practice darts, the treble 12 was in more danger.
180.
Martin Thomas has played at Lakeside recently with darts like that. I expect to see him play there again.
51. Martin, you require 105.
Played this year, the 2022 Lakeside edition. Beat Josh Richardson.
65.
If I'm being honest, I was expecting a little bit more from Martin at Lakeside.
With darts like he's showing us here, he's certainly showing us that he has the capabilities of giving us more. Dan Reid took the ball in the last game, and he takes it again in this leg.
Dan Reid.
2 incredible finishes from Dan Reid. We said he was clinging on, and when you cling on and you hold in there, eventually you stay in the fight long enough, you can start to rise, and that's what he's done here. A 1-2-1 finish on the ball, a 130 finish on the ball. 2 180s for Dan Reid. Might be about to add.
140.
Where has Dan Reid found this from? He was 2-0 down, averaging in the 60s, and he's found back-to-back ton-topping bullseye finishes, and we have a level game. Martin Thomas was in the ascendancy, but Dan Reid has clawed himself off of the floor and is now firmly back in this game and has the darts now. So Martin Thomas will have to find another break of throw if he's to defeat Dan Reid.
Good lesson here for dart players if you're watching here. You can't affect the past, and the past should not affect the future. It should all be about the now.
140.
Dan Reid is living in the now. He has gone from being a long way behind to being 2-2, 2-6-1 apiece, but looking the favourite. He is in the climb. And if you're Martin Thomas, you must be wondering what you've done. Must have walked under some ladders on the way here. Averaging 94.21. He's already lost a game today, averaging 100.
Well, Matt, to drag yourself up from around the 68 average to the 92, that just shows how well in that phase Dan has played to drag it up by that amount.
Those 2 bullseye finishes as well. Absolutely magnificent. There's nothing Martin can do here. It looks like he's about to go 3-2 down. Dan Reid on 90, and the way he's finishing here.
5. Dan, you require 90.
You'd expect him to see this out with the 6 darts he's got. He starts on the ball this time. Not overly a fan of that shot, because when 50. You leave that second dart, the 65, how many times do we see the player slot that one into the ball?
You beat me to it there. I was going to ask you on that. The fact that Martin Thomas didn't leave a finish that Dan, I thought, may have changed his MO, because he didn't need to go the bullseye route.
He wanted to leave tops, and that's why he wanted to leave tops. Takes it out in the first dart in hand, which means the last 3 legs he has took out the double, 1 dart in hand.
See if he gets Martin to throw first.
And tops. After missing 6 darts out of 6, he now hits 3 out of 3.
3 legs in 43 darts from Dan Reid. That's exceptional.
That is why he's managed to turn this game around despite the 93 average we see at the moment from Martin Thomas.
There's a TV in the practice room, and the players will be keeping an eye on
60.
This. If you're part of the chasing pack, you don't want Dan Reid to get too far in front, do you? Because this would open a little bit of daylight at the top of the table if he can go on and take the points.
180.
Could open some daylight on the scoring phase of the leg here as he hits his 3rd 180.
100.
5 180s in this match so far. 3 to Dan Reid, 2 to Martin Thomas. Quality affair, both players over the 90 mark.
We couldn't have a 3rd ton-topping bullseye finish, could we, Matt?
At the moment, the way Dan Reid is stomping around the stage, I see no reason as to why he cannot. He needs 1 treble with his first 2 darts. And there it is. Went aggressive on this earlier. Needs the ball.
86. Martin, you require 71.
Bit wide of the top bins.
We both held our breath and looked at each other there. Cardinal sin. As someone once said, don't miss the big number.
31. Dan, you reckon 38.
For a 13-dart leg.
Game
And
shot
that
on
was
the match.
absolutely
Dan
brilliant
Reid.
from Dan Reid. He was 2-0 down, averaging in the 60s, and then found that 180, 1-2-1 finish, and then it all turned from there. Ends the game with a 93.29, 3 180s, 2 incredible finishes on the ball, and 2 more points on the board for Dan Reid.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and another absolutely cracking performance from Martin Thomas, who now makes it 2 from 3. Proper game of darts, that one from both.
Brilliant, and it looked like at one point Martin Thomas was going to run away with that game, and then Dan Reid found that 301 in just 6 darts, the 180, the 121, and it just brought him into life, and then he was absolutely brilliant from that point. He was running around about a 68 average at 2-0 down, and then reeled off 4 legs, bumped that right the way up to a 93, 2 back-to-back bullseye finishes. Brilliant darts from Dan Reid.
Yeah, Martin Thomas will be absolutely spewing from missing the big number to give himself a chance for 3-3. And of course, then would have been in relative control of the match. He looked like it was him who had the power scoring in the game, but Dan Reid just found another level. Let's have a look at the table. And it is Dan Reid who makes it 3 from 3. Martin Thomas with just the 1 win. Also, Carl Wilkinson with the 1 win. And he's up next against Reece Colley. So a chance for either of those to close the gap to just 2.
And most importantly, getting in that top 2.
Yep.
Because the top 2 qualify, don't matter if you're first or second. The main thing is get through to Saturday night. Whoever wins this will be taking that 2nd position after the 3rd round of matches. So, big opportunity to get an early march.
Yeah, and that is why, of course, everybody wants to qualify for Group B, who start the week in Group A. Lisa Ashton, she's safely through, of course. She won Group A. She's already in Saturday's final. Right, let's get on with our next match. Owen Binks will be our referee, and as always, Matt Edgar will be with Phil Bars in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And we have Reece Colley taking on Carl Wilkinson here in match number 8. Big game for both of these. 2 points will be huge. They both look to hunt down Dan Reid at the top of Group C. Dan, fantastic comeback to beat Martin Thomas in our previous game, winning it with a 13-dart leg. But you just feel that in this game, Rhys will have to up that scoring power that we didn't see.
It feels like it's Carl to throw
two, because
game on.
Carl has been super steady today in his first couple of games.
$100.
And as we welcome back Matthew Edgar from the balcony, just gonna
85.
give a little shout out, Matt. Just checked my phone in between games, and we've got a bully boy watching whilst he's having a practice at home. Hope you're doing well, Mike, and we'll see you soon. But yeah,
76.
Michael Smith watching the Super Series.
His ears must have been burning.
It was. I got a don't mention my name lad with a winky face.
59.
We'll just have to say Michael Smith at every opportunity now, won't we?
Yeah. However, on his Instagram as well,
60.
he's had a cheeky little 9 practicing today.
Could say that last game was Michael Smith-esque. Find a way to drop it in.
97. $58.
The 265 is not the nicest to set up, is it?
When you use your maths like Carl has there, and we use those 19s, great. 180. Good timing from Rhys. When Carl doesn't set up a finish, 180 there for Reece Colley. Puts him in pole position for a breaker throw. But if you use those 19s, you only need 5 of those to leave the 170. Get the 2 trebles, can leave the 132, so it's not too bad of a shot.
60.
139
139.
isn't an ideal shot, though. You're going to need 2 trebles from here. Can't find the first one, so all he can do is set up and hope.
87. Rhys
Collie
requires
doesn't
20.
break his throw. 2 10s the shot.
That's surely a good guide just to work off of. Overcompensated
10.
and can't find the 5s. We said it before,
Collie
that
requires
switch
52.
from 10s to 5s isn't nice, Matt, because of the distance between them.
Game
That's
shot
a
the
nice
first
start there
leg.
from Carl Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson.
Finds the double 8 with a last dart in hand, takes out the 52. Holds the throw. That did look under threat at one point, but Rhys not
Second
able
against
to
Rhys
convert.
to throw first. Game
Carl
on.
Wilkinson is 1-0 up. Just having a look.
140.
Names. We've obviously got Martin Thomas, who's got the original nickname of Tomo. We've got Dan the Man.
59.
Not finding one for Carl Wilkinson at the moment. He looks like Yorkshire is his nickname.
If we're going down the generic route, I'd place good odds it's Wilco.
27.
Also looking at Reece Colley here with Chaos. I did come up with a
41.
interesting one for Rhys myself. I've just been reliably informed that Carl Wilkinson is actually the sword. I think Rhys could
140.
go down an interesting road here. If I was Rhys, I'd be looking at the flower. A nice big green shirt with a white
45.
trim. Come see me, Rhys. I'll sort you out. What do you think, Phil? The flower?
Yeah, I'd go with that.
40.
Again, guessing Reece's shirt is based off of his love for Villa, being a Dudley boy.
Which require 154.
And how can you not love Aston Villa? Win or lose? More lose at the moment.
78 left.
Good signs for Aston Villa. Good signs for Reece Colley here. Good solid hold of throw if he can convert the double 12.
40. Rhys require 24. Game shot on the second
He
leg.
does in the first
Reece
dart.
Colley.
It's a 16-dart leg for Reece Colley. A hold of throw. Carl Wilkinson might be slightly concerned here. Yes, it's 1-1. Yes,
Look,
he's
it's
got
Carl
the
to
throw,
throw
but his
first.
average
Game on.
is currently in the 60s. That first dart's in the 60s, though.
140.
Your averages will soon shoot up if you start finding a couple of double-treble combinations.
Yeah, Reece Colley will be thinking, I should be 2-0 up here. Missed a golden opportunity to break the Carl Wilkinson throw in the opener. And Carl's one of those players that you don't want to give second chances to because he will bite your fingers off.
He'll put you to the sword. That's why he's known as the sword. No reference there on his shirt to the sword, so we'll sort that out, Carl. He's going to give up a nice little shirt. There's your averages. We said he's in the 60s, 69.07.
135.
Which is well down on what we've seen from him already today. He had an 86 in his opening game in a 4-1 win over Alan Tabern. He averaged 85 in his 4-3 defeat to Dan Reid. So well underneath his stats. Reece Colley around about his running average when he's on song. 83.
This is a leg to bounce back from Carl Wilkinson. He's been off the pace, but then tees up 32 after just 12. This is just what the doctor ordered. And for a 2-1 lead for the Yorkshireman, up to 8.
Game shot,
and that's a great clean kill for Carl Wilkinson. He leads Reece Colley 2-1, and work to do for Collie.
Fourth leg, it's Rhys to throw first.
Tend to find there's certain players take real pride
135.
in their home roots. Carl Wilkinson, one of them. Ironically, Michael Smith, one of those as well, from St Helens. We see him often wearing shirts inspired by the local area. And obviously Reece Colley joining that group as well.
Yeah, Diogo Portela as well here last week, his Brazil themed shirt. Speaking of that, have you seen Chris Dobie's new shirt? Huge fan.
59.
I haven't, but I'm now intrigued.
What I'm going to say is vintage Newcastle.
Are we talking Alan Shearer
57
season of Newcastle?
We are talking vintage.
Sort of Newcastle's one of them places, isn't it? We've gone from Alan Shearer to modern day. There's been a big chasm in that club. Bit of a chasm in the averages here. Nearly 10 points of difference in favour of Reece Colley, despite the fact Carl Wilkinson 2-1 up.
134. Ratio requirement 154.
I think players may be listening, Matt.
So the Newcastle players.
130.
Half of the message I can't read out, but there is a certain riot that is claiming copyright on Dobie. Glad you're joining us, Cal.
60. Ratio required 24.
Opportunity here to hold the throw. We get 2 legs apiece.
Game
and that's
shot
exactly what he does. It's another 16-dart leg. When you're holding your throw in 16, you're forcing your opponent into those 15 darts or less. Which at the moment, Carl Wilkinson can't do.
To throw
but he doesn't have to do that because he has the advantage of the throw. He just needs to serve it out.
140.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where he's not been at his best, but he's producing it on his own throw when it matters. James Wade-esque, where we've seen James over the years have legs off on his opponent's throw because he's like, I'm going to hold, so it doesn't matter.
Timing. Timing is key.
140.
The averages are going up as well for Carl Wilkinson. The last time we saw it was in the 60s. He's now up to the mid-80s. So is improving. Reece Colley also improving. Last time we saw that, he was down in the 83s to an 87 at the moment. So this game is getting warmer as we come to the finishing line.
137.
It's only a race to 4. So the finishing line is approaching quickly.
Yeah, and you can't help but be impressed with Carl Wilkinson's last 2 legs on his own throw, giving Reece Colley absolutely no chance of breaking. And that's a seasoned pro.
Obviously, Carl Wilkinson, an ex-tour card holder. Held the card
52.
for 2 years. Seasons 90 and 20. Played a lot of Pro Tour events last year as a fill-in.
Collie required 32.
On the order of merit of the Challenge Tour. Got him 10 invites up to the Pro Tour. We averaged 90 across those.
24.
May just have
Reece
opened the
required
door here
119.
for Reece Colley. Carl Wilkinson misses 3 darts at 16s and 8s, but Reece Colley has missed the big number and paid the price because he won't get a dart at a finish. Carl Wilkinson will come back to lead again,
32.
looking at double 4.
Collie required 8.
This is for another solid hold of throw. Again, forcing the opponent into the 15
Game shot on the
darter,
5th leg.
which
Carl
didn't happen.
Wilkinson.
And Carl Wilkinson holds the throw once again, takes a 3-2 lead, is 1 leg away from the point, 1 leg
Sixth leg,
away
it's
from
Rhys
putting
to throw
himself
first.
second place after 3 games, which if he's in that position after 10 games, we'll see him qualify through for Saturday night's final to join Lisa Ashton who won
100.
Group A.
Just looking at the equipment they're throwing as well. Carl's looks like a very, very used and worn dart, where
97.
Reece's looks slightly new based off an old school Gary Anderson dart to me.
95.
Imagine Carl Wilkinson isn't the sort of player that changes his darts too often.
100.
Being from Yorkshire, he probably doesn't want to buy a new set.
Proper old school. These are mine. Everyone else get off them.
96.
Being from Yorkshire myself, I can get away with advertising the fact we are a little bit tight at times. Do like to keep the pennies in the pocket.
95.
This one finally poised after 9, but again, Reece Colley has the advantage of throw, so it's either going to be a mistake from him
97.
or something brilliant from Carl Wilkinson. Otherwise, we will be going all the way.
121.
That
Reece require
applies some pressure on the
113.
113. 19s will not get a go. So you would expect Carl
93.
Wilkinson, Matt, to get at least a
Collie
dart at the
require
pool
88.
to win this.
Absolutely. Just got to stay straight here on the 20s. And it's perfect in the treble 20. That gives him 2 darts. Reece Colley is looking. He is watching. He is hoping this does not go in the double 14. Now, the double 7.
74.
And his wishes have been granted.
Reece required 20.
The look on Carl's face. He knows that opportunity. 2 match darts have come.
Game shot on the
They have
6th
gone.
leg.
And Reece
Reece
Colley
Colley.
pins double 10, and we are level and going all the way in match number 8.
No surprise for me that this one goes all the way.
7th
It's
and
been
final
an
against
even
Carl to throw
match.
first. Game on.
I always like the difference between the wording of match and game. Well, we've got a match. We've got 2
30.
players throwing similar stats. And it's just whoever times it better tends to win. Which, this is an opportunity of timing for Rhys.
59.
Yeah, Carl Wilkinson only starting with 30, but wasn't punished.
85.
But, the door is still ajar here for me. A big visit here from Reece Colley makes him favourite. And when we say big, we mean massive, Matt, because it doesn't get any bigger than that. And Reece Colley has taken control of this deciding leg with a huge maximum.
You say the door might have been
100.
ajar. I think he's just kicked his way through it. He smashed his way through the door and puts it in his own hands. This is where you want it to be.
39.
He doesn't want that dart to be there, though, because it might have been in his hands. He might have earned the opportunity, but he's still going to take the opportunity.
96.
I still make him favourite from here. Even though Carl is a few points in front, I still make Reece favourite. I do now.
180s in the last leg. When you need to break the throw, that is what you need to do. Incredible darts
81.
from Reece Colley. Sets up 43
Which
after
require
12.
43.
And for the comeback win, he's going to get 2 darts at tops. Surely that's a good guide.
3.
And they have come and gone. Both players have now
Collie
missed
require
match
one,
darts.
109.
Carl Wilkinson, 109, Matt, to save his skin.
I can't believe he came under that dart and it did not go in. It looked impossible, but now double 16 to make it possible for Carl
77.
Wilkinson. And, oh, he's frustrated.
Rhys require
He doesn't know
40.
what to do. He's dropped his darts. It's all kicking off.
Welcome to the Peter Manley School.
Game shot out
And
the
that is
match.
kicking off in the double.
Reece
Reece Colley
Colley
on the double 10. Breaks the throw at the last time of asking. Takes a 4-3 victory over Carl Wilkinson. Carl Wilkinson, at points in that game, was down in the 60s. Brought it right up with some quality-inspired darts. But Reece Colley, an 87.49 average, is enough to get him over the line and take 2 points after his 3rd match.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, brought to you live and exclusive on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, that was a strange old game. It looked like a game to me that Wilkinson controlled pretty much from start to almost finish when he blew the 88 and he found the treble 20 with first start.
Yeah, and it was sort of a game where an opportunity just weren't presenting itself, and Rhys just made his own opportunity. 2 180s in that last leg, 3 in the match, but 2 180s against the throw, you're always going to buy yourself an opportunity, and it's exactly what Rhys did. He needed to carve something. He wasn't going to be given one. Like, say, Carl was controlling that game on the throw, so he just made an opportunity for himself.
I think the secret is for me and you not to tip Reece Colley up, because that seems to have put the mockers on him. Well, let's have a quick look to see what that's done to the table. And it is Reece Colley who does close the gap to Dan Reid. All the players have played 3 matches, except our next match, and it is Alan Tabern against James Richardson. Where do you see that one going?
I think James has got to be careful here. We saw the other day that he lost 5 out of 5, and that was a very rare thing for James Richardson. We know he's got this big ceiling, but he's got to find that B game at times here, and he's not going to want to lose 3 in a row, because Tuesday could soon come round again.
Yeah, and unlike the Group A, where you have 3 days to try and recover, this Group C and Group B is only over the 2 days. And once you sort of get yourself lost on that table, especially at the foot of the table, it can be hard to get back. Well, let's join Owen Binks for all the action. Matt will be joining Phil Bars in comms.
Thanks very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. And as the guys were saying, this is a huge game for both. James Richardson needs to find something. We've not seen the true James Richardson today, but Alan Tabern, in his last game, was much, much better. I'm looking forward to this one. Should be an exciting tie. Both of them looking for points as they go through their practice darts. I love that shot. Looking back
First,
down the board.
James to throw first. Game on.
And Owen calls them in, and we are off.
60.
But James Richardson comes up dry on his first visit. Can Alan Tabern step in this
60.
early? No is the answer. So we're back as we were. A cagey start to leg number one, as I am rejoined from the balcony by Matt.
It looked like I missed too much there. Both
85.
players on the same score, both on the same legs. So I might have missed 6 darts, but we're at a stalemate position when they're walking in. Interesting game, this one.
100.
Neither player have found their best this week. James Richardson had that horrible day on Tuesday where he couldn't find a win, lost all 5 out of 5 matches.
100.
Will not want to repeat that. He's already 2 out of 2 at the moment, and we did see signs from Alan Tabern
55.
earlier on today that he could recapture some of his glory days. It was only an 87.53 on the average, but the performance far
45.
outweighed that. It was the match darts where it seemed to go awry for Alan. It's in 7
59.
in one leg.
Yeah, and just talking on James, it's interesting. We get a chance to look at things like this. He's got a very unique throwing grip.
133.
The way the dart sits in the back of the hand and almost just sits in that groove in his hand, where a lot of people's are finger-based. His is very much
96.
palm of the hand, Matt.
James, you require
And
78.
because of that, he's going to need more aggression in the throw, a harder, firmer arm. He'll come across and round.
38.
Bit
Alan,
too
you require
firm. Goes
131.
over the top. We go tops. It is his favourite. He does go for tops, but comes low.
91.
James Richardson only needs 1
James, you require 40.
in the double 20.
See if James hits this first before I pick your brain on the 1-3-1. Hunting to 5s.
35.
And he goes round the
Alan,
houses.
you require 40.
So Alan Tabern is going to get a chance and an early break of
Game shot
throw.
the
And he
first
gobbles
leg.
it up. James
Alan
Richardson
Tabern.
has missed a huge opportunity there to hold throw, and the Saint steps in. I was going to say, the 51 tops is a
Second
very
against Alan to
modern
throw
way
first.
of
Game
going.
on.
You wouldn't see too many traditionalists. You wouldn't see your John Lowe's and people like that doing it back in the day.
It depends
40.
which player you listen to in the argument. A lot of people will say to you, well, why change from the treble 20? You've practiced on it all day. You've just played the whole leg on it. Why move away from that target to something
60.
you've probably not really spent that much time on in the preparation for your game on that treble 17? Which is a
57.
valid counter-argument.
Absolutely. But it's something we see increasingly more and more, the double-double instead of
45.
the treble to double combo, the excitement factor. Players are stepping up and bringing it.
Seen that with James Richardson at times, where he's had
77.
3 darts in the hand this week, and he's gone for tops with 3 darts, which I think is a bit of an unnecessary risk. And a couple of times he's overpitched that one and gone outside the board. A
95.
single 20 would have given him at least a dart on the double. He's done the same on the 90 as well, going for the bullseye first, which, again, I just find a little bit risky
40.
going for the smallest target on the board.
Bit of showboating.
He's got his moment now, hasn't he? He's trending in the world of darts. The most
170.
unlikely 180 yesterday.
$100.
Again, James should have won the first leg, didn't. But he's carving back a break-back opportunity here in leg 2.
133.
It's not a bad setup, is it?
Couldn't have gone much better. We expect him to go 11 for tops. Tops
85.
in most of his situations
James,
so
you're
far.
51.
I didn't expect him to go double 11. Leaves him a bit awkward. 29. Like he's going 5 for double 12.
27. Alan, you require 102.
Opportunity. A mini opportunity, but it's only one treble. And he's got it. So he should. He does get a dart at a double. It's the double 16.
Game
the
shot
double
the
that
second
he's
leg.
pinging.
Alan Tabern.
Statistically, it is his best double. I've said this all week. Alan Tabern's double 16 hitting, statistically, is his
So
friend.
James to throw
but he
first.
keeps leaving
Game
tops, which hasn't quite worked as much for him. He must be having a little glance at the data.
Couple of bits on that. You kind of beat me to it there.
95.
First of all, are you surprised of his MO there? Although he slipped into the double 11, when tops is your MO, that you haven't gone for double 10, you've gone for
55.
double 12, that's something that's not your MO. And as a player, when you know your favourite double isn't working, how tempted are you just to switch away to a new target and find some
57.
relief somewhere else?
As a player, very unlikely. We are very, very stubborn creatures, and we'll do the same thing and expect different results.
100.
But you say there about not going for the double 10. I'd agree with that play. Should have left the double 10. If you've got a favourite double, you tend to find that you're quite good at the
133.
breakdown of that double. If you're good at double 16, you've got to be good at 8s, you've got to be good at 4s, because that's your breakdown. There's no point in being really good at one thing and you come inside
97.
not having a backup plan. You need a plan B and plan C at times.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why it threw me that he went for the 12s when tops is his favourite.
98.
I think one thing we can say about James Richardson, when I said earlier about unnecessary risks that he takes at times, I think he just plays in the moment.
59.
Plays on
James,
the
you require
feel about
118.
things. I don't think he has a set plan. I think if we watch this game every day of this week, I think we'd probably get different outcomes and different routes.
52.
This 66 could find itself under all kind of pressure, and it is going to find itself under all kinds of pressure, because 66 is not a nice one. Mate, you may only get one dart of this.
You may not even get that. That's a 2. You're going to have to go 14 for the ball here, which isn't ideal on 66.
41.
That's catastrophic.
Alan, you require 50.
Absolutely mucked that one up, and he is staring down the barrel of 3-0, Matt.
Alan decides to go back on the tops route.
40.
It's interesting. The last leg, he had the
James, you
opportunity to go 2
25.
tops and didn't. Could have gone 18, double 16 there. Decided to go, leave himself back on the tops.
17.
Just hasn't quite worked for him yet. And that
Alan, you
breakdown we
require
say
10.
about, this is the breakdown from tops. Tops to 10s to 5s. So he should feel comfortable here.
Game
He will
shot the
do
third
now.
leg.
That is
Alan
a
Tabern.
second breaker throw for Alan Tabern, a third leg on the board, and James Richardson is getting in serious trouble
Alan
of
to
being
throw
detached
first.
here. He lost 5
Game
in a
on.
row on Tuesday. He lost his last game 4-0 to Martin Thomas. Dare I say it, if Alan Tabern holds his throw here, James Richardson is out of contention.
93.
Going back to that finish as well, I can't help but think on his previous visit there from Alan Tamman that his dart in the 10 to leave tops actually hindered his dart at double 10.
140.
For a left-handed thrower, absolutely. That was a right-handed thrower. They could have just took a little half step to the right and really opened up the bed and maybe used that. But for a left-handed thrower,
59.
I agree fully.
We were having this conversation the other day with the boys, and we see snooker players like Ronnie O'Sullivan being both-handed
100.
opens up shots down the rail, particularly. We're ever going to be at a point in darts where a player is comfortable enough to have a dart at a double with their wrong hand, like that situation where it opens up the bed?
I don't think we're going to see someone specifically trained for that, but there's going to be a situation somewhere along the line where there's an exception to the rule, where someone's just good at darts who can use both hands. And
134.
Locally, I think I've seen it in county before, but never quite seen it in the professional game.
95.
It would not surprise me one day to see one player come along who does that and takes the headlines when it takes them out like a 170 finish.
58.
With two trebles with one hand and the ball
James,
with the
it
other.
requires 70.
For a leg back on the board, James Richardson needs to find something, and he's gone back to tops again.
50.
And he's missed tops again.
Alan,
this trend
76.
continues. James Richardson's love affair with tops may be his undoing, as Alan Tabern is going to get 2 match darts.
Game shot.
And that is all he needs. Alan Tabern, a 4-0 winner over James Richardson, and Ruthless is in trouble in Group C. It's 4-0 for Alan Tabern, and it's a huge, huge result. We'll be back after the break as Martin Thomas takes on Carl Wilkinson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. All the players now have completed 3 cycle of matches, so they all have 2 to play, and that starts in our next match, which is match number 10 of 15. Back-to-back bagels for Richardson. Is he out of the mix now?
I think so. You can't afford to be losing 3 matches this early on, and that leg difference, 2 4-0s. I mean, realistically, when we look at Alan Tabern, he probably should have dished out 2 4-0s here, because that game against Reece Colley in the last one gave him a couple of legs at the end. So maybe Alan Tabern's going to play himself into contention here. But
I mean, they played to a similar level in that match, really. Both just the 1-1-40 score, but it was the doubling from Tabern, 4 out of 6. It caused him so much trouble in Group A over the 3 days. But today he's just about turned that around slightly. And a high finish of 102, but there was absolutely no highlights for James Richardson. It was more Alan Tabern being ruthless in that one on the finishing. Let's have a look at the table. Confirmation of the win for Tabern, and he, with that, by virtue of the 4-0 win, has turned the leg difference right around there, Matt.
Yeah, when we look at the leg difference there, -9 James Richardson, there's only 14 points available left for him now, and we can already see some gaps appear in there, so he's looking like he's going to just become the spoiler in this group rather than someone who's going to be contending for it. Martin Thomas, someone I expect to see coming up there because he's certainly throwing the best darts of anyone in this group, so I expect to see him closing that in, but this round of fixtures could see Dan Reid get a little bit comfortable at the top.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what's not going to be comfortable. Our next match for either of the players as Martin Thomas takes on Carl Wilkinson. Nothing but impressed with Martin Thomas so far today. Although he did lose last time out, he is playing to a very high standard.
He's lost 2 games today, and he must be wondering what he's done. He must have walked under some ladders or something to get here today, because he's been really unfortunate. He had that game where very, very fractionally under the 100 mark. He's always over the 90 mark. If he keeps that going, he is going to get points.
Well, without further ado, let's get on with it. Owen Binks, the referee, and Matt Egger will join Phil Bars in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone. It is match number 10 of 15 here at the Super Series, and it's a huge game for both of them in that hunt for the top 2. Getting my groups confused, but the winner will put themselves in a fabulous place. The loser will have work to do, that is for sure. And Martin Thomas, as the lads were saying on the balcony, has played some fabulous stuff. Maybe not in results, but he's certainly been my player of the day so far in terms of standard. Carl Wilkinson has had time to reflect on his defeat in the last one. A game he should have won, missed multiple match starts. Can he put it right here against Thomas? Time will tell, but it's huge for both players here
So first leg,
at
it's
the Super
Martin to
Series,
throw first.
and Martin has the dart, so
Game
Carl
on.
is going to have to find something special here to beat the Welshman. And as if by magic, we are joined again down from the balcony as Matt returns.
59.
I think this is the game so far today that is going to pose the most questions. And I think it's going to pose more questions than we've got answers for.
140.
Carl Wilkinson on throw has been rock solid. Martin Thomas all day has been brilliant. But without finding the
26.
secret ingredient that gets performance into wins.
Yeah, I know many of our viewers love a stat and a head-to-head.
121.
And in Super Series history, there is a clear favourite in this one. Martin Thomas has had the wood over Carl Wilkinson here at the Live League Stroke Super Series, as we are now. 5-2 head-to-head.
I expected it to be a little bit more 50-50 on that one.
Our stats man,
140.
Mark, up there with the very best, providing us with all the data that we need.
Just
60.
casting my eye at
Collie
the
require 100.
stats of last year as well, and they seem very similar. 90 the average for Carl Wilkinson when he played on the Pro Tour.
60.
Martin Thomas was on the Challenge Tour with a seasonal average of 89.47. How do you split that?
With difficulty. But Carl Wilkinson has forged a huge opportunity here in the opening leg. It would be a break of throw as he tees up tops after only
42.
12.
Collie require 40.
Well, I asked you how you split that. You split that with a leg like this. Needs to
Game
see
shot
it out,
in the
which he
first
does
leg.
in 14
Carl
darts.
Wilkinson.
How do you split 2 players throwing the same stuff? Just hit a 14 darter. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Break a throw for Carl Wilkinson.
Casually just rock up and go bosh
Second
up
against
some
Carl
of that.
to throw first.
Just a casual
Game on.
107 average.
We had a close-up of Carl's darts there. And I can't help but look at them and think, what, one, they are old, but they look like an 80% tungsten dart to me. They look quite chunky, like there's some substance there. I don't think they're true 90%, 95% that most players throw these days.
85.
I think what we could get is a bit of bonus content here from Carl Wilkinson, actually, because Those darts have been used quite a bit. There's a bit of grip on the front there, which means the barrels are just going to chip away slightly.
100.
I'd love to know what they actually weigh, because I'd be pretty confident with an old dart like that that's been well used, they're going to be 3 completely different weights.
96.
Oh, absolutely. Do you remember when Rob Cross moved manufacturers and all 3 of his darts was like 3 grams between them, all 3 of them? It was mad.
Just got to think every
41.
time they're clattering against each other, there's going to be a bit of wear and tear. It's taking away a bit of material. The grip just grinding away at them. This makes little differences.
It's part of the reason why Taylor was so good, wasn't he? The fact he just whooped someone on a World Championship stage and just go and hand his darts to some little boy in the front row of the crowd and get a brand new set out of the packet.
121.
You get a bit of an attachment to your darts sometimes. Oh, Wilkinson's going to be attached to them at the moment. Doing very well in this one. Said Martin Thomas is going to be feeling a bit unlucky.
139.
There's no unluckiness about this one. This is just quality darts from Carl Wilkinson.
99. Martin, you require 160.
Forces the issue.
This 160 has to go, you feel, and it won't. So Carl Wilkinson will come back with 3 clear darts at tops for a 2-0 lead
60.
and daylight.
Collie require 40.
Get double 10 in the last leg.
30.
Won't be going out in this one.
Martin, you require
Opportunity.
100.
Unexpected opportunity for Martin Thomas to get that breaker throw back. That is awkward. Had to go 2 tops there. The way he likes his darts to lie, he will
23.
not like that on the top wire.
Collie required 10.
Carl Wilkinson goes to the top of the board. You got double 5. A 2-0 lead.
This can be tricky.
No score.
3 well-thrown darts. The tricky one because you have
Martin,
to be
you
aggressive
require
early.
77.
You can't go over-aggressive on dart 2 and pull it under, because then you're wasting a dart. But this could be a leg that gets away from Carl Wilkinson here. But
37.
again, same problem as his
Collie
last game.
required 10.
Martin Thomas misses the big number.
Like a lapse in concentration. Could be punished.
6.
Carl Wilkinson.
Martin,
The
you
doubling
require
percentage
40.
is plummeting. It's at 10 darts. Only found the 1. These are Martin Thomas's first darts at double.
Game shot on the
He
second
gets it
leg.
with a second dart.
Martin Thomas.
That is a breaker throw. But you sort of feel there's not a lot to take from that, so he's going to be looking forward
Delegates
now.
Martin to throw first. Game
Average
on.
right down in the low 60s. But he's still in the match. And while ever you're in the match, you can turn it around. We saw that with Dan Reid earlier on. And just like that, you keep someone alive, you keep them in the game, they can come back and punish you.
It's been the story of Carl
78.
Wilkinson's day so far. He's scored very, very well, but the doubles have let him down. And you look at it, 1 from 10. This should be 2-0, and he should be nice and
131.
relaxed on stage. But instead, he's going to be uptight, tense, and thinking about all those darts that went begging. Not an ideal situation to be
58.
in as a player.
Just looking over the stats of the day, and I mentioned that Dan Reid turnaround victory, where it looked like he was going to
40.
get blown away and then came back and won. That was actually against Martin Thomas. So Martin could be about to dish out what he has received.
96.
Where
Martin, you require 150.
Down in the low 60s, struggling, and then just find some inspired darts.
You might be able to fill this in. I've noticed a little quirk here from both
26.
Carl Wilkinson and Graham Usher, both from Yorkshire. When they go and retrieve their darts, their throwing hand is in their pocket.
45. Martin, you require 124.
I've just seen that now. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I like little quirks, little bits like that.
Yeah, I've noticed Graham Usher do it a lot last year and this year, and I've just noticed Carl do it as well. Is it a Yorkshire thing?
Probably just counting his pennies, making sure he hadn't dropped any. Probably would have hit him on the back of the head.
57. Martin, you require 20.
Making sure he don't get his pocket picked, but he could be getting his pocket picked in this leg.
Game shot on the
And
third
it
leg.
is a 16
Martin
dart
Thomas.
holder throw for Martin Thomas. That is his best leg of the game so far. It's put him back to what we've seen for the
Fourth
rest
leg,
of
it's
the
Carl
day.
to throw
We've
first.
seen that
Game
sort of
on.
level from him. We can continue that. Could be going up that table. Currently on 2 points after 3 matches.
Yeah, Martin's one of those players. The rest of the group will want him as far away from that top 2 as possible, with as much work to do as possible, because he could go mad at any minute. We've seen the scoring today has been unreal at
100.
times, and if he can hook that up with the doubling, he could easily run through the card.
Got a very
85.
good ceiling. Hasn't registered a 100+ average yet though this year, which is quite surprising when you look at a player who was 1
95.
place away from winning a PDC Tour card just a couple of months ago. Seen him at the UK Open a
41.
couple of times. Sort of a breeding ground.
The FA Cup of Darts, we see players that we don't often see, or the first time
58.
for many of them. Graham Hall, one of them that we saw, and obviously he's come to play here. We've seen more of him. Paul Hogan, years of playing at the UK Open as the professional amateur in brackets.
123.
Good run at the UK Open can literally change someone's life. It puts a few pounds in the pocket, gets the attention of the sponsors.
41. Collie require 156.
Changed the way you view things. Like say Graham Hall, that run there. Remember the victory over Steve Beaton. Just puts you on the map.
Going back, Rob Cross, Barry Lynn.
59.
And real names off on the very top to the very bottom who have bred themselves in at the UK Open.
60. Collie require 97.
This 97, Carl Wilkinson will want this to go and just make it clean. More missed
Game
darts
shot on the
is
fourth
not
leg.
what he wants. And
Carl
that'll do him the
Wilkinson.
world of good. And we saw his frustration there. The hand up in the air as if to say, there it is.
Well, he just gave an uppercut.
Fifth
We'll
leg, it's
see there
Martin
to
to
the
throw first.
Dart at tops. Obviously
Game
feeling
on.
frustrated. Finland's not been able to reach the top of the board at the moment. Might just be a little bit of fatigue. We are coming into lunchtime. Day management comes into play.
60.
Make sure the hydration's up, but you're well fueled. Because if you don't snack throughout the day, we get to this lunchtime period. Probably had breakfast
100.
this morning around 6:30, 7 o'clock, so you could get here to start the practice. Could see the midday slump start to come in. You need to make sure you bring in plenty
41.
of snacks. You don't want to be eating a big meal. You don't want to be filling yourself up on bread and sandwiches. Just snack throughout the day.
97.
Keep yourself feeling comfortable.
Yeah, we've seen some of the more nutritious-minded players bringing in bananas and things like that just to keep themselves
140.
ticking over and releasing that slow energy.
Bananas, some popcorn, some nuts.
100.
Something that gives you a fair few calories, but without needing mass quantity. You don't want to be playing on a belly buster
100.
breakfast.
So, Martin Thomas, Dan to a finish first, but Carl Wilkinson can leave this 204 very handy.
100. Martin, you require
That's enough pressure in this
160.
situation, because the 160 is difficult and it won't go. So Carl Wilkinson, 104 is one of those visits where it's only one
104.
treble, single to double. I'm not sure on that way.
56. Martin, you require
There's only one way to
20.
go for this, and it's straight at the double 10. 2 5s.
Game
One
shot
dart
the fifth leg.
in the 2 5s. It took him
Martin
2 darts to
Thomas.
see it out, but he has. It's a holder throw for Martin Thomas. He takes a 3-2 lead over Carl Wilkinson.
Sixth leg, it's Carl to
Averages
throw
for the
first.
game at the moment. Martin Thomas, 74.79. Carl Wilkinson, 79.74.
59.
So neither really finding their A game or even their B game at the moment, which just means a bit of timing. An inspired 6 or 9 darts could see you over the line in this one.
The averages are similar but different in respect of Martin Thomas's finishing has been very good and lacked a scoring phase, where Carl Wilkinson's has had a great scoring phase, but his 2 from 12 has dragged it down. So they're kind of meeting, but for different reasons.
That scoring phase highlighted there with that 174 from Carl Wilkinson. It looks to pound a few more treble 20s in. Gets 2 treble 20s here. He might have a pop at the ball. The 170.
Did someone say big fish?
100. Collie require 170.
The big fish went. I was off to the fish and chip shop when we left. And kind of willing in the 170.
43.
He's made a bit of a mess of that. This opens the door for Martin Thomas here. A 136. Right on cue.
136. Collie with
applied.
127.
Can he do the hinks? Needs treble 19. Can't find it. So Martin Thomas
44.
is looking at tops.
Martin, you require 40.
This would be for the match. He's only thrown 12 darts in this game. The doubling phase was what we said was the strong phase, and if we could find a few inspired darts, he will get that gap, and that's exactly what he did there. Found some inspired darts at the back end of that game. Takes out the 4th double with just 7 attempts, giving him a checkout of 57%. That was the difference between the two. 2 points go to Martin Thomas, 4-2.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, a big win there for Martin Thomas. Well, actually, he was in trouble really early on in that game. Carl Wilkinson had multiple darts to lead 2-0, and that would have put in a totally different perspective on the match. He just stuck in there and ground out a great win.
Well, if you keep a player active, they're going to be dangerous. And Martin Thomas has been playing really good darts today. And he just needed to find inspired darts just for a leg and a half. In this short format, you don't need to be on for too long to start getting a bit of a gap. And those checkout percentages there is the clear difference between the two. Carl Wilkinson looked like he was leading the scoring phase. And Martin Thomas, when he got a chance, took it. And then in that last leg, down to the double in 12.
Yeah, in terms of averages, it's probably his worst, well, it is his worst performance of the day. Let's have a look what that does to the table. And Martin Thomas now up to 4th position. Dan Reid still out on top. Martin Thomas and Carl Wilkinson, of course, have both got a game in hand. All the remaining players have one more to play in this 4th cycle, and then we will complete our final cycle of the day. But a really big game coming up. This could see Dan Reid pull 4 clear, or Alan Tabern level things up on 6 points.
When you start at the top of the table, you want to be playing the people that are just below you, so it's in your hands. He doesn't want to be playing people towards the bottom end of the table. He wants to put distance between himself and the chasing pack so he can guarantee in place for Saturday. And this is the game he'd have wanted at the right time. Yeah,
he's pretty much halfway there in terms of points needed. I always say 20 points. You're pretty much nailed on to be in the top 2 and make Saturday night's final. Well, let's get down to the action with Owen Binks.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. Here is match number 11 of 15, and it is a huge game at the top of the table. As the boys on the balcony were saying, Dan Reid can put daylight between himself and the pack at the top, or Alan Tabern can draw level with Dan Reid at the top of Group C. So all to play for in this tie. Just seen fits from Alan Tabern that he's bordering on doing something big. The more he's playing, the better he's getting. Remember, he had a little break from darts. So we're starting to see
first leg, it's Alan to
the best of him.
Game on.
But Dan Reid will want to get the job done here and put 4 points between him and the chasing pack. Alan Tabern has the darts and gets off to the perfect start of 180 in leg number 1. Matt, you join us at the perfect time to see that go in.
100.
Never miss a big shot. And I might not miss this one either. Alan Tabern is on the 9 darter. 180, 180 with the throw. Could he?
Is he?
Alan,
we haven't seen a 9 darter yet in the Super Series. We might see one now. Slips it low on the 19. So I was getting excited. I'm sure you all was getting excited as well. But he leaves the 52. The most important thing now is winning the leg.
Can you add that to the production notes? Fake boos for missing 9 darters.
52.
It's all right, I'll be booing him myself.
36.
Again, changes his route.
I was about to say, he's gone away from the normal MO.
Seems to, like I said with James Richardson as well, just seems to play on a little bit of feel.
100. Alan, you require 60.
What feels right at the time. Living in the moment.
Game shot in the first leg.
Be happy with that moment. 1 dart at the double 8. He was teasing us with a 9 darter, but he ends up finishing in 13. And the most important thing is he is 1-0 up against table topper Dan Reid.
Interested in your opinion on the 141 on the 9. We've seen Gerwin Price come out and openly say he goes the treble 19 first, get it out of the way, because the switch from treble 20 to double 12 isn't as big. What's your thoughts on the thinking process?
My first thought, so Alan Tabern's thrown 3 visits at scoring, and he's at 3 180s. That's incredible. It goes back to that feel or logic, because again, we've thrown so long at the treble 20. Alan Tabern,
140.
That is 5 trebles out of 6 darts. He went 6 out of 6 in the last one. The former
60.
PDC world number 9 is more than rolling back the years. He's finding
59.
a turbo gear.
I know we're only in leg 2, but we're getting excited because that 118 average, the long-standing one from Jason Askew,
96.
has to get beaten sooner or later.
122.
This is looking good. The darts going in firm, controlled.
97. Danny Maguire, 108.
Dan Reid, we're getting carried away here by Alan Tabern. Dan Reid, 108 points away from holding his throne.
44. Alan, you require 25.
Wonder what the MO is here.
Take your
9
pick.
for double 8. We've seen him change it, but this for 2-0.
17.
And he's come inside. Alan
Daniel
Tamman
Maguire,
should be 2-0 up
64.
in this tie. However, 64 points away. Dan Reid from 11 and up at 1 apiece. Classy game this. 1 at tops for Reid.
Game shot.
And 1 is all he needs. And we
Dan
see a
Reid.
fist pump there for Dan Reid. It is 1 apiece. Again, a good battle between the pair here, Matt.
I'm enjoying this.
There,
This
look,
is
it's Alan
clipping
to throw
along at quite a good
first.
pace as
Game
well.
on.
Really open with another 180. 106.50 the average for Alan Tabern. This is the best we
57.
have seen of him this week. This is the best we've seen of him for this year. Yet to post an average over the 100. Dan Reid has treated us to 9 averages over the 100 so far in
100.
2022, and there's still a few months to add to that column.
100.
We mentioned earlier, the year's coming to an end. All the busy stuff coming, Christmas is coming. What sort of
100.
time of year is a valid Bill Barr's Christmas tree put up?
Well, funny you should say that.
100.
The boys hate this.
It's up already, isn't it?
No, not quite yet. No, my tree goes up in November. And there is a reason behind this. Because of Ali
84.
Pally, I'm not at home in December that much. So it goes up in November, so at least I get a chance to enjoy the Christmas decorations, the festive feel to the flat and everything like that.
28.
So yeah, November mine goes up.
Yep, fair enough, fair comment. Gives you a chance to pick a few candy canes and chocolates off the tree.
Yeah, you'll have to get the lights on and all that as well. Go the
80.
full hog.
Gonna get plenty of Christmas chat.
Because once you enter the Big Brother house in December, that's it until January when you lose all concept of
100.
what's going on in the real world.
137.
Alan Tabern, despite that
97.
massive start to
Alan,
this
you're
match, is
116.
facing this 116 like it's becoming a vital shot. Because Dan Reid is sat poised, ready to break the throw. He
98.
will get the opportunity.
Daniel require 40.
Tens.
Game shot.
Finds the bottom of the double 10 bed, and Dan Reid breaks throw and is in front against Alan Tabern and on course to stretch his lead at the top to 4 points.
4 flickets. Dan to throw first.
Going back to the 116 there. I've been converted on the 116. I'm now a 19s man on the 116.
60.
Alan's darts are entering the board
100.
with a firmness that we haven't seen from him yet. Throwing with purpose.
60.
Dan Reid not lost yet in Group C. He did finish bottom of Group A. But despite that, he had the best
59.
average of those players in Group A. It was the finishing stats that let him down. He then Group A yesterday with a victory. And that's his first 180 of the match. 4 in the game total, 3 for Tabern, 1 for Dan Reid.
100.
The scoreline soon, but the other way round.
That first dart is key for Dan. When it's sat up there on the top of the bed, you expect others to follow
140.
exactly like that. And from the whirlwind start that Alan Tabern had, Dan Reid is now on the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
105. Dan requires 61.
Henry said yesterday in that last game for Dan Reid that it's about building confidence. He's brought that
Game
confidence
shot the
into
full
today.
flag.
A
Dan Reid.
14-dart leg there to hold. It's a 3-1 lead. 94.82 the average for Dan Reid.
Fifth
This
leg,
is
it's
a
Allen to
good
throw first.
performance.
Game on.
Matching that performance of the opening game where he beat James Richardson. Again, around about that 95 mark in that victory. He had a 93 in his victory, 4-2 over
60.
Martin Thomas. He's firmly making himself favourite for this group due to the level of performance that he's hitting at the moment.
He's saying to the rest, catch me if you
60.
can.
At the moment, there is no catching Dan Reid. 3 from 4 on the doubles. That is his words.
100.
That is his weakness. Not his weakness in this game. 75% the checkout rate. As he finds his second
180.
180 of the game. I've said it before, I'll say it all the time. Whether you,
60.
if you really think that's your weakness, you're right. Whether you think it one way or the other, you're often right.
Well, you go back to
91.
Gary Anderson pre-world title wins. It was all or nothing for him. It was either he'd hit every double going, or he'd miss them all night long.
57. Dan, you require 170.
When it slips into the mind, it can be going perfect, but you don't think of those ones. This would be a perfect way to end it. Will he go for the ball? He does go for the ball and just comes low. That would have sent me to the fish and chip shop this evening for my tea, but he wasn't able to convert it. He'll be happy enough to come back. 25.
100. Dan, you
For the
require
match.
25.
Once this has gone, you can tell us, Matt. Oh, that's dragged low. I'm not sure that's awkward. What a recovery that is from Dan Reid. The bed was partially blocked, but he found a way into the corner. Dan Reid averages 95.88 in a 4-1 win over Alan Tavern, goes 4 clear at the top. Coming up next, we will have Reece Colley against James Richardson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is the opening session of Group C, and as the saying goes, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Dan Reid really finished that match well.
Well, if you say it's how you start, Alan Tabern couldn't have got any better. 180, 180, 180, and then 2 darts again. Nearly teased us twice with a 9-darter, but Dan Reid, you see there the average 95.88. To first of all resist that start from Alan Tabern, but then to find that form, and most importantly for me, the 4-1 scoreline, because he's getting the points, but you need the legs on there as well. And getting
because winning earlier, he was winning by the odd leg here or there, wasn't he? So he needed a big win for leg difference.
You've got to strengthen that position. 8 points could look a weak 8 points or a strong 8 points. That leg difference will help.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at that table. And Dan Reid does pull 4 clear. He has won 4 from 4. He has 1 more game to play. We have 1 more game to play in the 4th cycle of matches, and that will be Reece Colley against James Richardson. And, well, don't want to state the obvious, but I'm gonna. James Richardson has to win this game.
He's in trouble. I don't think he can get through this group now. The 2 4-0s have been big, but one thing I've noticed is I have to go through the players' lounge to get to here, and James Richardson was the only player on the board. Clearly not happy with something, and that little bit of time on the board could have changed the way he views this one. Yeah,
it is a must-win game for James Richardson. I have to say, I have been impressed with Reece Colley so far today. So let's get on with the action and join Owen Binks. And it will be Matt Edgar with Phil Bars in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, to match 12 of 15. And as the boys said, this is simply a must-win game for James Richardson. Has to win this and get some points on the board to mount an attack on that top 3. A defeat here may leave that gap too big to bridge. Time will tell, but we know the game is in there for Ruthless. Just need to see it. But Reece Colley, again, points for him will help bump him up that table towards the top 2. So everything to play for both guys.
Okay, first leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
And James Richardson will have to find a break of throw if he is to take these points.
57.
Even this early in the game, a trebleless visit, James Richardson will want to jump all over that.
60.
But doesn't. We were just saying that, following off your point from the balcony with Mace, this is simply a must-win game, nothing else for James Richardson.
I think he needs more than a win. He needs a convincing win. Just getting 2 points here is not enough. Even a 4-3 victory. Yes, it gets points on the board, but it's on a -8 leg deficit at that point. He's in big trouble here. I think it's must win all the way through, and then he's still hoping. 14 points is not guaranteed to get you through this group, and that is all that James Richardson can muster.
60.
Will he want Dan Reid to win his games and pull clear at the top and beat the others and try and attack second?
I don't think there's anything left for James really in terms of who beats who or who does this. His focus purely has to be knockout darts now. Lose and it's playing for pride.
100.
Cagey start from both here. They will both know the importance.
100.
The table gets put up on the screen in the practice room as if it's going out to the guys at home, so they will be aware of the situation.
41.
It was interesting when I went through the practice room, James Richardson up practicing. He was the only one up on the boards. He's trying to find something. It doesn't look like he's found it yet. 15 darts into the leg.
48.
He's back on 182. He's going to need another couple of handfuls.
We all know that James is a much better player than this.
44.
He's also one that we see on social media that doesn't really have a break. Could there be an element of darts burnout here for James? Because all year round. We see him playing in
38.
everything from local
Danger
leagues
Book
to the
138.
ADC, here, WDF.
Take this 138. It's safe to say
98.
if I in my hotel room
Reach
tonight
required
put
10.
on the Matt Edgar hotel room open, James Richardson would be the
Game
first
on
name
the
on the
first
list.
leg. Reece Colley.
Reece Colley takes out with his first start at double 5. Is a holder throw. He's 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's James to throw first.
But yeah, James is always ready if a game of darts breaks out. So there's a couple of players like that over the years. I remember a player called Nigel Hayden. He was
26.
exactly the same. Anytime you put an open on, you'd know James and Nigel Hayden would be there battling it out.
100.
The Undertaker.
Yeah, the old lurch down towards the board.
100.
James just needs to find something here, just to hold a throw, just
60.
to give him something to grip onto, because at the moment it's that horrible thing where you're falling down the mountain and you just can't find anything to cling onto.
140.
There'll be something there to cling on to. First 140 of the game goes to James Richardson.
100.
We saw the very best of James in 2012 when he played Raymond van Barneveld at
43.
the World Championship. Never forget that performance.
Iconic, I think is the word you're looking for, Matt, because it's one of those alley-pally games that will never,
57.
ever be forgotten.
Gets put on a YouTube video every year. Followed by that walk-on where he did that weird sort of starfish thing down the
57.
entrance ramp and then stood on stage for about 3 cycles of his song, singing Vindaloo. Does love a curry. Does James Richardson.
58.
Also, I love
James
his
135.
attire that he brings to the hotels as well. I'm not one for eating out all the time. The slow cooker or the pressure cooker, the rice machine all come along to his hotel room.
110. Reach record 126.
If you know what you like, stick to it. He needs to stick to these 19s. He does with a treble. That leaves him the ball.
101.
Would have been for a breaker throw.
James, you've
And a
required
2-0 lead.
25.
James Richardson, take your pick. 25. Goes to 17 for double 4.
21.
Over to you, Reece Colley. What way are you going
Reach
to go?
required
He's got the
25.
9, he's got the 5, he's got the 1, he's got the 17s.
It's catching.
Going to show him how it's done. He's going to
Game's
go.
on the second
I'll show you how
leg.
to do that, pal.
Reece Colley.
I'll go 17 double 4. That's a breaker throw. James Richardson has not won a leg in his last
So look, it's Rhys to throw
matches.
first. Game on.
And it's not as if he's not had darts either.
A 4-0 defeat last time out to Alan Tabern. A 4-0 defeat before that to Martin Thomas. And he
85.
started the day with a 4-3 defeat to Dan Reid. So we're 12 legs now. James Richardson
100.
has not converted. That is a long losing run. He did have those 5 matches on Tuesday where he lost them all,
134.
but he was more resistant to the scoreline. Couple of 4-3s in there, 4-2.
This is etching towards the Kim Hybrex Blackpool record.
100.
Is it Robert Thornton as well, who had a
Yeah,
really bad world match play record?
that stage at the Winter Gardens will either make you or it'll break you.
56.
It's one or the other.
Iconic stage. You'd give your whole career to have a go at that.
Oh, massively. Look, if I was any good,
57.
obviously not anymore. But if you give me just one TV game, Ali Pally or the Winter Gardens all day long for me.
100% with you there. I mean, I do have childhood attachment there. We used to have a season ticket to the Winter Gardens all the time.
140.
I've graced the Ali Pally stage a few times, and I would happily swap that for a go at the Winter Gardens.
60. They should require 86. $70.
He will be back.
15 data.
But this is un-James Richardson like. Again, that's awkward. You have to switch, James. You cannot go for that bed.
94.
I was about to say, it was just
16.
impossible to get to the treble there.
We've seen the impossible with that 180 this week from him. You say some James Richardson light, but it's actually James Richardson light for what we've seen of him this week, and he is in
Reece
danger
Colley.
of losing a third game 4-0. He's scratching his head, he's confused. They say he's been on that
James
practice
to throw
board
first.
in between the
Game
games, trying to find what's going wrong. It's just not happening for him at the moment.
96.
We know he's one that looks at everything. He's first in to make sure he's ready, and he's always on the board. But sometimes, as a player, there's just nothing you can do when it's like this.
180.
And Reece Colley compounds the misery. Opens with a 180 against the throw. And this will
60.
get the noggin going. James will be thinking. He'll be fearful. There is an element of embarrassment amongst players.
140.
Don't want to get 4-0'd. Especially in the hat-trick of 4-0s.
This leg difference is almost undoable now.
60.
Yeah, there's no way he can qualify from this group. He's going to make a bold prediction there.
145.
Especially if he loses this one, there is no way back. And to be fair, Reece Colley, after 9 darts, setting up the 10-darter,
100. Reaching
dropping the average up to the
136.
mid-80s.
Game
Sees
shot out
it
of
off
the match.
with a
Reece
10-dart
Colley.
leg and compounds the misery for James Richardson, who loses a third game in a row by the scoreline of 4-0. That should be the end of his hopes for Group C, which will put us into a 5-horse race. Reece Colley, though, is right in that race now. The third win of the day, a 4-0 victory, an 85.89 average. Reece Colley moves into second place.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, all the players will have one more match to play, but it's been a disastrous day for James Richardson, and that's the triple bagel. And, well, I think I heard you say in comms that's his race run in Group C.
Yeah, there's no recovering from that, really. The leg difference, he can only now get 12 points on the board. The doubling's just not been there. We can see there just one score over a 140. There's just something gone awry with James Richardson today.
And he's normally such a prolific scorer, isn't he? He hits tons of 180s and tons of 140s, and they've just not been there all week.
Well, when we look at the stats and now look at those ton-plus average stats, he is head and shoulders above the players for the amount of ton-plus averages he has hit in 2022. And he did do that one on Monday, that 108.
Yeah.
And he's just gone backwards ever since.
Yeah, it was just sort of appeared from nowhere, although it was wonderful to watch. Let's have a look at the table as we go into our final cycle of matches. As you can see, all the players have completed 4 matches each. They all have 1 game to play, so 3 more matches to bring you. And we will start with Alan Tabern against Martin Thomas.
This is a really good game when you look at the table there. 3rd versus 4th. Opportunity for one of these to move to 6 points. Leg difference as well will go into the pluses for both of these players, whoever takes the win. So it will really start to take shape on the table at the end of this one.
Yeah, we sort of know what's going on at the bottom end of the table. Remember, it's the top 2 from this Group C that progress, and the top 3 from this evening's Group B. More about that a little bit later. But let's get on with the action as Alan Tabern faces off against Martin Thomas.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we go at the Super Series for match number 13 of 15. And as the guys were saying on the balcony, it is a huge opportunity for either one of these players to move to 6 points and give themselves a shot at finishing in that top 2. Dan Reid will face Reece Colley in the final game of the day. So these two will want to just put a little bit of pressure on that game. Alan Tamman made a blistering start to his last game, but Dan Reid matched him stride for stride. Martin Thomas, we've seen some patchy stuff from him. When it's been on, it has been electric.
Okay, first it's Alan to throw first.
Here and there.
Game on.
It is Alan Tabern who has the dart, so Thomas will need to find a break of throw if he's to defeat the Saint.
57.
But right on cue, Matt has run down the stairs to join me. He's just teeing up his stat screen, and he will be with us.
60.
This has the ingredients to be anything. Alan Tabern starts this
180.
game like he did the last one, getting a max in the opening leg. He did have a go at the 9 darter. Got 7 into that on the opening
27.
leg of his last match when we saw him against Dan Reid.
My idea of fake booze as well was
100.
shut down by production. They weren't having it.
We'll just have to do them ourselves. We'll be voicing
81. Alan, you recall
voiceless, as they would say. The
164.
people sat at home watching, we'll voice it for you because I know you'll be booing those missed 9 dart attempts.
82.
It's a commanding leg on throw from Alan Tabern here. 82 after 12.
100. Alan, you recall
Martin Thomas
82.
can't leave a finish, so doesn't need any heroics here. And then plums the
Game's
ball
on the first leg.
dart, and that is a
Alan
tidy
Tabern.
82 finish for Alan Tabern for a 14 dart leg. That is clinical on the outer ring from the Saint, and he leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game
I
on.
mentioned about voicing the voiceless. We are never voiceless in this modern era. You'll see in the bottom right hand corner of your screen at MSS Darts.
43.
Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You want to share your thoughts with us here at the Super Series?
81. $140.
It's better from Thomas after a sleepy start, shall we say, in leg 1. Seems to have awoke.
97.
Interesting you say sleepy start, because that's something I've accused Alan Tabern of the last couple of days. A bit slow to get off the mark, and then when you get to this back end of the day, seems to
60.
wake up a little bit. And he's The last performance against Dan Reid was much improved, a 91 average for Alan Tabern, despite the
44.
14% on the finishers. So they would get that 91, and currently the 94 mark.
An interesting one as well. We had a look at the stats. These two actually met twice last year
Hey,
when we were
2-1.
still the live league, and Alan Tabern's 2-0 to the good in the head-to-head. 2 wins over Martin Thomas last year.
137.
And Tavern is full of it. Been around a long time. Achieved a lot in the game.
137, Alan, you've got
It's easy to
142.
overlook sometimes someone like Tabern's longevity.
110.
Yeah, and that's
Martin, you require 40.
it's often a barometer that we measure sportsmen on, isn't it? It's
Game on the
longevity
second leg.
that some
Martin
players,
Thomas.
not just in darts but in any sport, have had blistering short spells. But it's can you do it over those decades, like Taylor did?
Third
and things
against
like
Allen
that.
to
John
throw
Lowe,
first.
3 world titles over
Game
3
on.
different decades.
Although we've not really associated Alan with those sort of major titles, he's had some good runs along
59.
the way. Think of the quarterfinals, the World Match Play, the World Championship. Serious pedigree. Managed to reach up to number 9
60.
in the world rankings.
We often have the
44.
conversation that comes up in chat, and everyone says if there's one player that you could have played against or commentated that's no longer with us, who would you have gone for?
140.
Still hoping that in 2022 or maybe next year I might get my
100.
to get a certain Phil Taylor on the dartboard. Phil, if you're watching, I'm up for it. I want a game.
Well, he was certainly impressed here on
85.
Saturday night, and his exact words were, "I want to go."
If he wants to go, make sure I'm on the same week. I would
40.
absolutely love that. Idol of the game, living legend. Be amazing to see Phil Taylor here. It's the right stage, it's the right setting for Phil.
We'd have to cut a WWE promo for him, though.
28.
Do whatever you want, as long as you get me on that stage with Phil Taylor.
$60.
Martin Thomas there, just stretching his shoulders out, perhaps feeling a little bit tight there. That was quite a vigorous stretch to try and loosen some joints up.
81.
50 years of age now, Martin Thomas. This is his 5th match of the day.
134.
Bright and
Martin,
early.
107.
Bad dart, but it's not over yet. He gets a treble 18.
82.
That would have been a great recovery.
Alan, you
but
require
Alan
64.
likes this section of the board. The stats suggest he likes the section of the board. Which way will he choose? Goes back to the preferred choice of double top.
44.
That surprised me. I
Martin,
thought
you
you'd plonk one
require
in the 16 and
25.
stay in that area because that's where your other 2 are.
It was right on the wire. It's hard to say
Game
that was
shot
exactly
the
what he wanted
third
to do,
leg.
but that's exactly
Martin
what Martin Thomas
Thomas.
wanted to do. 1 double 12. It's a break of throw for Martin Thomas and a 2-1 lead.
4th leg,
in a
it's
battle
Martin to throw
to
first.
see who's going to
Game
be
on.
on 6 points.
He won't care because it was in. However, there was a slight moment that he must have thought, what have I done here? Because that dart, the 1, was very, very close to the 18.
Sometimes that can throw you off as well when you get that close to missing. And Alan Tabern gets
180.
his second 180 of this match. Really finding some 180s at the moment. He hit 3 in his last game. He hit 2 in a game
140.
earlier on with Reece Colley. He hit 1 against Carl Wilkinson. He's getting close to hitting as many 180s
45.
today as he has for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and like we said, that the fact that he had that little break from darts, maybe the rust is now gone and we're seeing the real Alan
140.
Tavern after a few days of just getting back used to the routines and everything like that.
Nothing beats playing competitive
29.
darts.
Martin, you require
This will
121.
be his 20th match of the week.
81.
Find something soon, though, in this one. Martin Thomas leaves tops after 12. Take a 3-1 lead.
It's been a feature of Martin's
99.
game here that he's
Martin,
messed
you
up with a
require
dart, but his
40.
recovery dart has been sensational.
Feature of his last game was the double-in.
30. Alan, you
A little
require
bit short on the
148.
scoring phase in the last game, but the doubling was incredible, 57%. Not as hot in this one. Alan again trying to leave that tops.
92.
Stubborn
Martin,
in
you
his
require
approach.
10.
Leaving that tops. Right next door is double five. Double five is what Martin Thomas needs.
Game shown the
Double five
four
is what
play.
Martin Thomas gets.
Martin
3-1
Thomas.
Martin Thomas. And he moves closer to those 2 points, which would put him up to 6, keep him in real contention.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to
Getting
throw
through to
first.
Saturday's finals.
Game on.
I know we talk about board management a lot, Matt. Did Alan Tabern make a mistake there? Because from the angle that we had, that first dart was sat lovely
137.
in the treble 20 just to plant one alongside it and go then for double 14 instead of chasing around the board for that 48.
Yeah, I was expecting another treble there until he stepped back. He knew he was thinking of something. He's not found too much success on that tops over the last couple of days, so... Stubborn in his approach
140.
on that. Good on his attack on the treble 20. Surprising, that's his first 140 of the game. Has had 2 180s.
58.
Jabbing away with those tons. 6 in the column in the tons category.
85.
Averaging 91.5. So despite being 3-1 down on the scoreline, actually miles clear on the averages.
84. Alan, you're 139.
139.
Well, that's what I mean. He'll feel that he's always in this game.
123.
Even at 3-1 behind, he will feel he can win 3 on the spin to get himself 2 points here because he's scoring well enough.
When you can leave double 8 after 12 darts, you know you can turn that around. He will need to find something like this
81. Alan, you
against the
require
throw,
60.
but for now all he can do is hold the throw.
Game
And
shown
that's
the fifth
exactly
leg.
what
Alan
Alan Tabern
Tavern.
does. First dart in hand, that's a 13 dart leg for Alan Tabern. Bumps the average up to a 92.
Fifth leg, it's Martin
But
to
if
throw
he's going to
first.
win
Game
this,
on.
he is going to need to find a break. He needs a leg like that on the Martin Thomas throw.
But by the look at this, Martin Thomas is in no mood to give him that opportunity
180.
because that is a sensational 180 to kick off this game. And you will feel that Tavern has to follow it. That'll do. That keeps him in contention.
We often talk about timing. And that was timing from Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas gets his first 180 of the game at a key moment.
And our directors have done a great job there.
190.
I love that angle. We actually saw the angle of Martin's darts going in. The fact they lie flat, that was a perfect way to do it. That overhead cam that we now have here at the Super
68.
Series has just elevated us that we can give viewers these angles and see what we see on a regular basis.
Said earlier,
57.
Martin Thomas will
Martin,
be
you've got
feeling harshly
113.
treated today. Alan Tabern could be feeling harshly treated here. Alan Thomas just trying to set this up.
48.
Sets it up handy for a 2-darter.
I think he's miscounted there as well because when Owen Binks called it out, Martin stepped back and look. I think he's miscounted.
The lucky accident.
65.
65.
Martin, you require 65.
Got to stay away from that ball. We see it so often. He does. That leaves him 2 match darts. He
Game
only
shot on
needs
the
1.
match.
Martin
Martin
Thomas
Thomas.
takes the victory of 65, finish there. 4-2 the victory, 2 points on the board. He'll end his day on 6. It's an 86.34 average from Martin Thomas. Alan Tabern, slightly better on the 92.60. 2 out of 3 on the checkouts, but it's Martin Thomas who takes the points and moves to 6.
Yeah? Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next, our penultimate match of the session. Let's have a quick look back at the last game and another impressive performance from Martin Thomas.
He's going home with 6 points, but I still think he's going to feel a bit harshly tread. He's played darts that probably feel he should be topping the table, if not sat in second place. And we'll see at the end of the day if he can hold on to that position. But I feel like he could have got more today.
Yeah, of course, he lost earlier on with the 99.99 average. Tough score. There are the numbers. Alan Tabern producing some good numbers himself, losing 4-2 with a 92.6 average. Good finishing on the double stats as well, 66.67%, 2 out of 3. Tidy enough from Thomas, 4 out of 9. So let's have a look at how that affects the table. And as you can see, Martin Thomas putting himself in a great position. He has finished for the day, as has Alan Tabern. They've completed their 5 games, and both well in the mix, Matt.
Absolutely. We've still got Reece Colley still to come yet as well. So it's going to start getting a little bit tense, and especially when we look forward to this next game, Carl Wilkinson, James Richardson. If we look at that and see James Richardson can find some of the form we know he can produce, he could drag Carl Wilkinson into that same position where he could be out of the running. Well,
it is a must-win game for both, really, isn't it? I mean, mathematically, James Richardson still in the mix, but very, very unlikely. Left himself way too much to do. OK, let's get on with our penultimate match with Owen Binks on stage to ref this one. And Matt Eggert will be down with Phil Bars in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the penultimate game of the session, match 14, and it is huge for both Carl Wilkinson and James Richardson. James Richardson just looking to get some legs on the board and just try and find something. He needs a spark. It hasn't happened for him today. Carl Wilkinson has had opportunities in his game, has missed key doubles when it mattered. His points tally could have been so much better. But for those missed darts at a double, James will just needs a spark. We all know he can go berserk, but just been a little bit flat today. Not happened for Ruthless. But is this the game that kickstarts his day?
James to throw first. Game on.
And there we have it. Game on. James Richardson has the darts. That's more like the James Richardson we all know. After 4 defeats, just playing with a little bit of freedom, perhaps. And maybe, just maybe, he heard what you said, Matt, and said he was done, and maybe he's going to have a little point to prove and say, I can still do this.
45.
Absolutely, but it's baby steps time for James Richardson. We can't be looking at winning and losing at the moment. The first thing he's got to do is register a leg, because he hasn't done that for 14 legs. Losing is a habit.
180.
But that is a second 180 in just the first leg for James Richardson. It looks like the wait is over for James Richardson
60.
fans. He is
James
96 points away from getting his first leg on the board. 14. Legs that have gone against him.
56.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, Carl will be hoping for a max here, just to get to a finish and apply some pressure. It's not going to be. So James Richardson, is this the moment?
James, you require 40.
Got at least 6. Doubles have been a problem for him today.
Game shot the
but
first
not
leg.
on this occasion.
James Richardson.
James Richardson, a 14 dart leg, holder throw, 2 180s. He is geeing himself up at the back of the stage. He has finally registered a chalk.
134.
I still think he can do it. Unlikely, but sport is the only place that fairy tales come true.
When we look at James's maximum now with 6 games left, it puts him on a 12-point maximum. If he is going to do it, he's going to need a lot of results to go his way, and he's going to need a lot of 4-0s in his favour. I think it's probably
60.
too much to ask at this phase.
Unlikely, but the great believer that he wins this one, goes through the card tomorrow, and luck plays a part.
Interesting here, Carl Wilkinson, a very tall dart player. Fills up the screen.
60.
See the difference in the size there as they come along. James Richardson. Halfway up your split screen.
97.
Big man, Carl Wilkinson.
Absolute gentle giant, though.
59.
Be looking for some big darts. Not finding at the moment.
No, and a good visit here.
140.
And there's a break of cards on the throw here. James Richardson, all of a sudden, may have just found that little spark, averaging 108 at the moment.
He'd average 108 on Monday
98.
in one of his matches.
Change requires 66.
108.63, I believe, was the exact stats. Tops.
26.
We're going for a 15.
Collie required 90.
This is the advantage of throw coming into play here. It gives him the extra opportunity. Presenting itself on double 15, which he can no longer
82.
take out.
James, you require 40.
I do like that way on 90, though. James Richardson, double 10.
20.
Not to be.
Carly require 8.
Little stare there.
Game shot on the second leg.
And a
Carl
dart straight
Wilkinson.
in the double 4. Carl Wilkinson sees it out in one. It's a 19 dart leg.
They'll
It's a
get
hold of
James to
throw.
throw first. Game on.
And we are back on the James Richardson serve.
Going back to James Richardson on 66 there.
125.
He's done it twice now, so it's obviously something that he's comfortable with. But going for the ball first, I'm still not convinced on that.
96.
I can't defend that one, I'm afraid. I'm guilty of that play. It's logically not the right move, but for a 16s and 8s player, it's the only way to go.
85.
It is the smallest target on the board. So percentage-wise, it's
42.
not in your favour. I remember I made a couple of videos before on, called them master counting, where we looked at some leg breakdowns and best routes to go on things.
80.
I certainly got picked up on the fact that I chose the bull route on the 66.
99.
James Richardson. I'm just looking to set this 211 up.
$95.
Tees up the 116. We spoke about this earlier, that Alan Tabern was very much a traditionalist.
60.
Upstairs first, where
James, you require 100.
I prefer downstairs on this one. I prefer the 419s for tops.
A nice lie for James. It's hit the flight. Come low. Carl Wilkinson can't do anything about this, though.
45.
From 204. So James will return for the 71.
You can see the way the dart end of the board just clattered off the flight at that horrible angle that's in a nothing
81.
place.
James, you require 71.
18 for tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
James
arguably,
Richardson.
although that's only a 71 finish, Matt, that's his best finish of the day in terms of the way he's just polished it off.
Fourth leg, it's Carl
There's
to
not
throw
much
first.
competition for
Game
that
on.
finish. He's lost 3 games 4-0. Lost his first game 4-3. And that's only his
58.
5th leg of the day. So not a lot of competition for the best finish of the day. So I'll give you that one.
45.
Wilkinson could get dragged into
60.
position there as he does a bit of ballet on the release of that one. He looked like he was trying to dab.
Richie Bennett-esque. Arm, shoulder.
81.
Seen Diogo Portela on the 180 before, get the 2 treble 20s in and try and dab the last one. It's a sign that you're too
58.
comfortable.
Mind you, all this blind 180 thing that we see these days, I'm not having it either. They're not blind because they turn their head after the dart has been released.
140.
It's not a true blind 180, is it?
When we go back to that can of worms. Bill Bars is getting out the can opener,
136.
ripping into it. We've also got the debate where players say they've hit a 9-darter, because in practice they've hit
100.
2 180s and a 141 in sequence. All debated points.
That's like my line when I say I missed the 9-darter.
97.
Is that because you missed
Game
the
you
treble
require
20 with the first dart?
135.
Correct.
Yep. Treble 20 here would leave James the ball. It is the ball, and that's quite nice for James.
110.
I was going to say, the way that
Collie required
dart, that was
92.
almost the perfect marker for the ball.
We may see Carl utilise the ball here as well. Gone straight for it. It's a
Ooh.
double-double attempt.
56.
That's unlucky.
That has
James, you
just
require
slid
25.
down the barrel outside of the double 18. One more dart left for James.
21.
He offers the opportunity back to Carl. That
Collie
would have been a
required
breaker throw for
36.
James Richardson.
This game's potentially about to be 2 apiece, but James Richardson should and could have won this 4-0.
Game shot on the full flag. Carl
Kind of been
Wilkinson.
the story of the day for James Richardson. But like we've seen in the past, if you stay in a match long enough, an opportunity will
Against
present
James to throw
itself.
first.
Carl Wilkinson has the ability to carve out his own opportunities. So James didn't want to be
97.
giving him too many in the early phases.
Some might say prime wading.
13 points the difference in the
97.
average. James Richardson on an 87.76. Carl Wilkinson now 12 points behind, 75.52.
100.
Carl Wilkinson with only 2 scores of 100 or more. Going to add to that. And like Chris Mason said
177.
earlier on, he likes to switch. The 180 stats are lower than most players for that reason. We'll call it a maximum,
95.
but the statistics show that 180 column as 0, and that will go down as a 140 plus.
I'd like to see Carl's 1-7 something stats,
57.
because I think they'd be notoriously higher than most.
Yeah, he does like to switch around. The angle of the dart doesn't help. Trying to fill up that bed.
133.
I want to put 2 in it this time though.
170.
170.
That was dreaming of the chip shop again.
Everyone takes the 170 finish.
135.
Offer a fish
James,
and
you
chip
require
tea.
76. $56.
Opportunity to break. for
Collie
Carl
requires
Wilkinson. We said he's got the
35.
ability to carve out his own opportunity. This is exactly that moment. 12 darts thrown, 35 left. Got one more dart.
Game
He
shot on
uses
the
it
fifth
well.
leg.
Carl
Carl
Wilkinson
Wilkinson.
breaks the throw, takes a 3-2 lead. That was a 15 dart leg that included a 177. James Richardson is facing the throw.
It's Carl
where
to
he
throw
could
first.
be 5
Game
defeats on the day again, just like on Tuesday. Now, when I mentioned that 170 finish to Henry, we got into a weird chat about food. And he actually called out
100.
gravy with a steak dinner. Got any quirky food habits, Phil?
85.
I'm on board with the gravy with the steak dinner, to be fair. I can go with that one. Weird, quirky food.
Well, you've just said it. Gravy with the steak. You've answered that question already.
85.
I can go with that. I'm more of a potato man than chips, so I can, as in mashed potato, boiled potato. You know what I
93.
meant.
He had to explain that thing, so I was just looking at him a little bit funny.
You knew what I meant.
$81.
It's weird that we've just got this body movement coming from Carl Wilkinson. We haven't seen this all day. He's got a bit of a dab.
140.
James Richardson getting a bit of aggression. snarling at the dartboard. This is what he does when he plays his very best. You'll see him pigeon heading around the back of the stage, stomping his way to the back.
65.
He meant that one, that's for sure. He's angry now.
See it in his face. This is when James plays his best.
97.
And he has got an opportunity here to break the throw, take us all the way. 86 the shot. We'll see him most likely start on the 18s.
174.
And it's probably going to need to go. That 174, a triple
86.
treble combo from Carl Wilkinson. Sets him up on the double. 18 for Bull.
Game on the sixth
Fantastic
flag.
dart from James Richardson. He's had a torrid time on the doubles, but we said he's got the aggression. And when he gets that aggression, he plays his
Seventh
best.
and final leg. It's James to
Pings
throw
the ball
first.
with the last start in hand. Is it 3-3? He's got the throw. He's throwing just shy of a 91 average. This is
100.
the best we have seen for him all day.
That 86 was brilliant, but it was made even better because of the pressure applied by Carl Wilkinson. That 174
96.
made that 86 missable, where in previous, if you're not on a finish, you can go at the ball, no, not a care in the world. But
60.
there, you had to go, and it had to hit, otherwise you've lost.
He essentially made the board the smallest it possibly could be, where the only thing that mattered was hitting the ball.
134.
This is a quality response from Carl Wilkinson. Good game here in the back end of this one.
134.
Finely balanced. Expect to see the 19s potentially used here. Or you could just go up and hit a 180.
Or just do that.
Why worry about mathematics when you can hit a 180 at a time like that? Leaves him
57.
91 after
Collie required
9
91.
darts. He will probably fancy himself for 6. And straight for it. And tee it up.
51.
scored, leaves him
James, you
tops.
require 150.
Would you have gone the ball there?
No. Just said, if you're good enough,
60.
have a pop at this.
Collie require
You ask
40.
a question of your opponent.
Match start incoming for Carl Wilkinson. This will move him to 4 points and keep him in touch.
Game shot
Only
on the
needs the one.
match.
Carl
Carl
Wilkinson
Wilkinson.
completes victory 4-3 and keeps him in the hunt in Group C. It's a miserable day for James Richardson, and we will be back for match 15 after the break as league leader Dan Reid takes on Reece Colley.
Welcome back. Well, unfortunately for James Richardson, he couldn't end the drought. And he has taken yet another day where he hasn't picked up a win. He did that on Tuesday, unfortunately. Bounced back a little bit yesterday. But just anything that could have gone wrong today has gone wrong. And he lost narrowly to our table-topping Dan Reid in the, I think it was the opening match of the session. And he just seemed to drop his head from there.
When he did it on Tuesday, we was all so surprised about it happening. It's happened again. They say lightning don't strike twice, but it has here.
Yeah, and he had something like over 50 days of playing in this and the Live League, and he'd never had one day where he'd not won at least one match. And like you say, twice in a week.
And when that happens, timing works against you like it has in that game there with Carl Wilkinson. It got to 3-all, and Carl Wilkinson found a 13-dart leg. And when it's not going right for you, stuff like that tends to happen, or you certainly notice when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, it's like the gods are against you, isn't it? And everything you try to do just won't go your way. So let's have a look at the table. Doesn't make good reading for James Richardson, but it certainly makes good reading for Dan Reid and Reece Colley, who take each other on in our final match of this session. Martin Thomas nicely placed on 6 points. Carl Wilkinson, with that win, jumps above Alan Tavern. And sadly, James Richardson at the foot of the table. So, our final match of this session will be Dan Reid, who is 5 out of 5 in his last 5 matches, up against Reece Colley, who's produced some very tidy darts so far today.
He has, but going back to that point of 5 out of the last 5 for Dan Reid, Henry said yesterday in commentary that you just need a little bit of confidence from that last game, and that win yesterday, the last game on, could have given him that boost, and he's took that into today and he's won 4. This is the game he'd want. We said it earlier, when you're at the top, you want the people that are close to you. You want it in your hands. You don't want to stand in the practice room worrying about other people's games and watching other people. You want to be in charge of the situation. He's got an opportunity to do that here. Yeah,
winning breeds winning. I always say when you see a player start off pinning doubles with one dart, he'll pretty much go through the whole match doing the same. If he starts missing, he'll go through the match missing. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to this one. Dan Reid against Reece Colley. Owen Binks, our referee, and it'll be Matt Edgar and Phil Bars in commentary.
Thanks very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, for match 15 and our final one of the session. Table-topping Dan Reid in action against Reece Colley. And Dan Reid looking to go through the card unbeaten today. He surely has 1 foot in Saturday's final if he can get the job done here today. Played some good stuff across the day, they both have, but only one can take the points here. Who will it be? Dan has the darts, so if Reece wants to bag those points, he will have to find a break at some point.
Okay, first look, it's Dan to throw first.
As Owen
Game
Binks
on.
gets us underway on the mic. Remember, everyone, make sure you give us a follow on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram,
100.
and YouTube at MSS Darts. And we will give you a shout out.
58.
Solid start here from Dan. And
93.
down the stairs. And he's back with us.
This is the game of the 2 players you really want to
100.
get a hold of, and Dan Reid, Dan the man, needs a little bit of work on the old nickname. And we said earlier,
90.
Reece Colley, the flower, could really be the way forward. Missed a big opportunity there. Nice green
100.
shirt, white trim. Picture it all now. Grab these 2 at the end. We could see first game tomorrow will be Dan Reid and Reece Colley.
98.
More colourful approach.
An overnight darting makeover.
180.
And he's blossomed in
Number
here with that
120.
180. Leaves himself on 63, a chance to break the throw of Dan Reid.
80.
And Reid was
Richard
nearly
requires
having none of it.
63.
The dart top 63 is not a gimme. You might only get the 1. He will only get the 1, provided he can get the big number.
43.
63, one of those
Dan
ugly
require
ones
40.
that you don't often see left either.
Game shot on the
It looks
first
easier
leg.
than it is on
Dan
paper.
Reid.
Dan Reid makes that look easy. On the dartboard. Straight in the double top. His doubling has improved
Second leg, it's Rhys to
massively
throw first.
today. I'm just looking over his stats. He was 57% his game against Alan Tabern.
100.
36% against Martin Thomas, so that's better than 1 in 3. 40% against James Richardson. So if that's his weakness, I
45.
wonder what his strengths are.
As a pro, what kind of doubling percentage are you guys happy with? Obviously, you're not going to hit everyone.
135.
Realistically, what's the aims for the finishing numbers?
It's a minimum 1 in 3. 1 in 3 minimum. That means if you come into the board with 3 darts in your hand,
59.
33% as the absolute baseline.
68.
Below, if you are below that, that is where the improvement's going to be needed.
Had a quick look through the head-to-heads as well, and
100.
they met last year on the Challenge Tour. Dan 5-1 Victor. That's the only one we could find between the pair. So at least we've got something to base it off of.
138.
And actually, I think a 2021 Dan Reid is no basis for a 2022 Dan Reid. Completely different animal this year.
41. Reach your
One a
require
week.
60.
In this group phase.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's a good
Reece
reply
Colley.
from Reece Colley, a 15 dart leg. To level it up, hold the throw.
Third leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Great use of the marker there as well, the one up, and he's just guided the other one in off of it.
Both these players are good at using that marker, but
140.
coming underneath, and you'll see the average there. Reece Colley pushing the 100 again. He's come out the blocks flying in a couple of these games today.
60.
He opened us off with a win over Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas averaging the 100, Reece Colley on the 88, but it was just a couple of missed doubles, and that could have really been a lot higher for him. He's had a victory today over Carl Wilkinson with an 87, an 85 in his victory over James
91.
Richardson. Loss earlier on came to Alan Tabern, 4-2.
100.
Reid does not know what losing feels like today. He's
No.
forgot all about losing.
Well, winning's a habit, isn't it? We see it so often that
58.
once you get on one of these
And the
runs, it's just hard to knock
121.
people off of it.
And it's not tiring. This won't be tiring. 1-2-1 for Dan Reid.
Game shot on the
Lovely
third
finish
leg.
there for Dan Reid. He
Dan
had the
Reid.
advantage of time, which is why he went that road rather than the 20, which would have took him down the bullseye route. And he does it perfectly. A lovely
it's Rhys to throw
121
first.
finish to hold the throw.
Dan Reid now 2 legs away from the perfect day in Group C.
45.
And 10 points would put him 1 foot in the final, mate. It would take a extraordinary set of results for him then not to qualify.
100.
Absolutely, and he will end the day tomorrow with the advantage of throw in his favour as well, if it does come down to the very last game.
134.
Taking on James Richardson in that one. But this is a quality affair. That 12 darter from Dan
60.
Reid bumped his average up over the 90 mark now. Both players in the 91 category.
100.
Dishing us up a good finale to the day. I know in wrestling and in boxing terms, whoever goes on last is the main event.
140.
He's giving us some main event darts.
Absolutely. It's been the star of the show today as that average creeps up
94.
yet again. It's approaching the 95 mark. But it's just a good tungsten tussle, this one. But Reece Colley is firmly in this game as well, averaging 92.
60. Reach require 128.
This one always intrigues me because sometimes, like this, And that is a
on the
fabulous
foreplay.
finish. The 1-2-8
Reece
goes
Colley.
from Reece Colley. A ton topper, two treble 18s to leave double 10. But I was going to say, Matt, before he hit both of them, that sometimes
Dan to throw first.
you almost want the first one to go single, so you know, because once you hit the treble first, you have to hit the second treble.
One of those weird shots where
60.
the second dot has to be a treble regardless of what you do. And it can just feel a bit negative sometimes. If you hit the treble with the first one, you've got no advantage. That second one has to go in.
43.
You see the stats on the score there. Reece Colley did move up to a 94 average at the end of that one. We said in wrestling and in boxing terms, the last game on
100.
is the main event. Was that a knockout blow from Reece Colley? Returns the favour of the 1-2-1 finish that Dan Reid hit the leg previous.
100.
To 1-2-8 of his own.
As we head towards the championship rounds, going down the stretch
60.
as well. Dan's one of these people that he knows everything. He looks at stats, looks at wins, so he'll also know that a win here
134.
pretty much does him.
It'd take a lot to go wrong. Almost a James Richardson style day
100.
to come off the top if he takes this victory over Reece Colley here. But that is a big if. It's Rhys.
100.
He's not going anywhere. 94 plays 90 in favour of Reece Colley.
60. Reach require 124.
And he may get a dart to break here. The 1-2-4. Well, that's sloppy. That opens the door for Dan Reid here.
44.
The Reid throw was under pressure for the
121.
first time.
Took this 1-2-1 already. He will have to go a different route this time. It will be the bull.
96.
Nearly was the ball. That had been the second 1-2-1
Reach require
finish
80.
of the match. Dan Reid. He offers Reece Colley a shot. This 80. He's going to get 2 darts at the double.
Game
He
shot the
slides that
fifth leg.
alongside
Reece Colley.
and takes a 3-2 lead. But more importantly for Reece Colley, that is a break of throw. Table topper Dan Reid is in trouble
to
here.
throw first.
Reece
Game on.
Colley will be throwing first for the match.
This result could keep everyone else interested if Reece Colley can see this one out. But Dan Reid has work to do.
81.
Reece Colley has started with a 2 treble visit. Dan Reid's back is up against the wall here. Reece Colley throwing some fabulous stuff.
31.
Another 2 treble visit brings his average over the 94 mark. Is Dan Reid looking at his first
28.
defeat of the day? Reece Colley 230 points away.
140.
That is outstanding, young man. 90 left after just 9 darts.
43.
Dan Reid is staring at his
Reach for
first
190.
defeat. Remember, he doesn't need to do anything tricky here. Not sure on that one, if I'm being honest. I know he's got a big lead,
82.
but just made it a little bit more difficult. Has got time on his side, though. Dan Reid. The race looks run in match 15 as Reece
96.
Colley comes back
We should require
for
8.
double 8 and to beat the league leader. Down 2s.
Go.
And there we have it. Dan Reid is beaten. Reece Colley beats the league leader. And the first time Dan Reid tastes defeat. This keeps Group C open. Dan Reid could have extended the lead into a near possible position, but Reece Colley has said to everyone else, we are still fighting for this title. You can see 93.98 average. Sensational from Collie as we hand back up to the balcony to Mace and Matthew.
Thank you very much, Phil. Well, what a way to end. We were a little bit concerned this morning about the form for Reece Colley coming into this week, especially when we had a deeper look into the stats and he just wasn't finding that scoring part of his game. His opening 9 darts was, I think, probably lowest of all players coming in to this Group C, but, well, he's proven us wrong.
Well, he lost 10 points on that front 9 average from last year to
Yes.
this year. And that is a lot to lose on that scoring phase. It just means you're going to be restricted to big checkouts all the time, and you're always going to be stretched. He found that today again. When that first start went in the treble and sat nicely for him, he was able to follow that in. He's hit a lot of 140s and a lot of 180s today.
Yep, let's have a look at the table. And there we go. He still remains top, Dan Reid, with Reece Colley on 8 points, but due to the nature of that win for Reece Colley, the leg difference now +8 to Dan Reid's +5. But Martin Thomas, Carl Wilkinson and Alan Tabern well in the mix. We've got to mention tonight is the start of Group B, and that will be on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. Make sure you put that in your diary. We are really looking forward to a great group tonight, including David Pallett against Jared Cole, Justin Smith against Nick Kenny, and Graham Usher makes up the 5 players in tonight's field. David Pallett's the 7-4 favourite to win that Group B. It's hard to argue against it, the form he's shown in the last sort of month or so.
Oh, rightly so. He's picking up titles, and not titles like little titles. These are big titles. These are titles against the field that he's going to be up against tonight. So if he's winning already against this field, then it's a clear favourite, yeah.
Yeah, well, there will be 10 matches to bring you tonight from that Group B, as I said, starting at 10 p.m. All the players will play 4 games over the course of this evening and another 4 tomorrow night. The winner, the top 3 from that group, will join the winner from Group A, which is Lisa Ashton, and the top 2 from the Group C, which is seen day 1 of today, will also make that 6-player field final. Don't forget, get in touch with us via social media if you want to inquire about tickets on Saturday nights. It's free entry. All we ask of you is to come and enjoy the darts. Well, that's this session over with. We'll see you tonight at 10 p.m.